Ba-da-dum-dum-dum-dum. Okie dokie. So, new project today. I might write more about fallacies. Also, new time. Didn't feel like streaming at the same time. Yeah, woke up later, so now we're gonna stream later. If you know who I am, or if you know me in real life, you'll know that it is currently 6 a.m. and I have, of course, been awake all night. Who do you think you're talking to? However, what I was actually not gonna stream today. I was thinking I would just do some chores, do some other stuff. I've had dinner. I've done the dishes, done the laundry. I mean, I'm not gonna boast too much because if anyone saw a picture of my apartment, they would think that somebody had robbed it repeatedly. But yeah, I'm in a position where I was just chilling, doing nothing, and then this video comes on. Exposing Scientific Dogmas, a banned TED Talk by After School. After School, very cool channel that does a lot of drawings. However, what I've noticed is, like, sometimes, like, I've clicked on one of his videos before. He does, like, animates for interesting thoughts. And I've clicked on it and I've been like, oh, that's a cool thought. And then I've clicked on another one with a sort of positive impression and of this channel and realized that it's complete, absolute, and horseshit. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but let us start with a little bit of poisoning the well. Because let's be clear here, the general project of talking about fallacies and why they're actually quite useful. Poisoning the wells is one where you preemptively undermine someone's argument, but I think what I'm doing here is attacking the presentation of the argument. I'm also kind of reacting a little bit to the various commenters here, because the idea is Exposing Scientific Dogmas, a banned TED Talk by Rupert Sheldrake. So Rupert Sheldrake is an author best known for his hypothesis of morphic resonance. So in case you were wondering, morphic resonance is a pseudoscientific theory, or I don't know, it might not be pseudoscientific. It is, from his point of view, it's an alternative theory, but according to TED, we feel a responsibility not to provide a platform for talks which appear to cross the line into pseudoscience. Now, for me, I am very inclined to believe them when they say it's crossed the line into pseudoscience, simply because of the title. Well, not simply because of the title. The title combined with the fact that he is a fringe scholar. So, in the same way, if Einstein came out and said he's exposing the scientific dogmas, he would be a lunatic. What happens when scholars present their ideas is that they get a lot of pushback. That's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how, like, if we're going to go into it, it's Kuhn's paradigm shift. You have this sort of slow, gradual change as evidence gathers. I talked about this in the context of fallacies, in the context of the appeal to tradition. The theories we already have are the ones we have tested the most. So any new theory will necessarily have to cross a much greater hurdle than it seems any other theory has to cross, because when, say, having argued with, like, creationists, say when Charles Darwin presented his theory of evolution by natural selection, the evidence required wasn't very big. But since then, we've gathered more and more evidence. We've seen that the model works to predict more and more things. At this point, if you want to present an alternate theory of evolution, if you want to, like, say, like, he was competing with things like Lamarckian, and later we have the tragedy that was Lysenkoism, and, like, that's a horror story of why you shouldn't trust a new theory just because it appeals to you. But we generally, if, say, the Lysenko should have been pushed to have a much higher standard of evidence than we required from Darwin at the beginning, simply for the reason that the point when Lysenko was making his outrageously stupid claims to win favor with Stalin, he we already had a lot of information about how evolution worked and a lot of predictions that had been explained by evolution. But of course, they didn't want that because evolution sounded too competitive. So in the same vein here, we have someone who is presenting a new and alternate hypothesis. Very interesting. It might be a good hypothesis. But the idea that he's going to face a lot of dogma or a lot of pushback or a lot of resilience to his new ideas is entirely expected. And as soon as people who come up with alternate hypotheses spend their energy complaining about this pushback, I think we have good reasons to suspect them of being pseudoscientific. And with that, I think we have sufficiently explained why I suspect that the well is poisoned. And yeah, so I'm going into this very critical, but of course I want to go over a couple of comments first, just to sort of get this. By banning his TED Talk, didn't they just prove his point? Well, there should be scientific dogma. That the TED Talk questioning scientific dogma is itself banned is a great indicator of the existence of scientific dogma. And I think this is the best one, because this, I think, you can flip around and you can be a little bit poetic with it and say that a scientist is complaining about scientific dogma is a great indicator that he is performing pseudoscience. So we have here, I mean, 17 minutes, that's probably going to take around 8 hours if I based on the other things, but we'll try to go a little bit faster today. We might even turn up the speed because TED Talks do tend to sort of take their time to be clear and be sort of rhetorically persuasive. Or not just rhetorically persuasive, I should say. Sort of when you're listening to a talk, usually you want there to be a little bit of time. Like, I'm going to pause this. If I was sitting there in the audience, I wouldn't be able to pause it. So there would be like pause. His speech pattern is a little bit slower than if I could just press stop every time I wanted to think about anything he says. So what probably is going to be. Maybe he talks very fast. Maybe he's Destiny. I don't know. Maybe it's Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro Destiny on 2-speed. That would be funny. Anyway, let us see if it's pseudoscience. Let's see if there is, if he's exposing some scientific dogmas, or if he's rehashing Thomas Kuhn, or if he's rehashing Graham Hancock. So let's see.
Science delusion is the belief that science already understands the nature of reality in principle, leaving only the details to be filled in.
Okay, defining terms. I mean, he starts straight into it, but we need to... Philosopher here, let's go. He's defining his term. So we have, let's see, exposing dogmas. I should probably stream this as well so that I can... Is this working better now, or Yes, it is. Perfect. Right, so we can also move this over here.
This is a very...
exposing scientific... I'll remove that too. Dogma. By Rupert Sheldrake. Let's do it in parentheses, morphic resonance, because I think this is a very important point. This is a person who is promoting an alternative scientific perspective, who is complaining that science is not accepting his perspective. This is, I mean, this is very clear. Like, should send off alarm bells in anyone's head. It's like when you're talking to someone and they're sort of preemptively explaining to you why you're not accepting their beliefs. That's what it's like. As someone who hasn't, like, vaguely I understand that morphic resonance has to do with the sort of crystals. We can open a couple of links just to sort of have a relatively cool idea. widely criticizes pseudoscience, yeah? Conjecture lacks mainstream, yeah, of course. Parapsychology, oh, okay, so he's arguing that there's some sort of, does it have it? No, morphic resonance isn't its own. Seduces audience at paranormal. Precognition, empirical research into tech. Oh, that's a funny one. That's the fact that you can tell when someone's. I mean, I am a very big advocator of humans or describing certain abilities people have as psychic, but it's more because from your perspective, you don't have enough information to understand what the mechanism is. So, like, we can read minds. You get better at it the closer you are. You get better at it the more you practice. You can predict the future. You get better at it the closer you are. You get better at it the more you practice. These are like things we do in everyday life, but we go like, oh, but that's not really psychic. When we think about being of magical powers, it's very either or. Either you achieve it or you don't. But with other skills and talents, that's not how it works. So I think the way we think about sort of magical powers, psychic powers, inherently sort of makes it an impossible thing to sort of, or makes it really difficult to study scientifically, because people have just sort of decided that you either have, like, if I say that I'm psychic, then they say, well, okay, what am I thinking of right now? And if I say, well, you're thinking of a color, then like, which color? If unless I can specify which color, then I am apparently not psychic. But I think to the extent that we can, like, assume certain things that maybe I know from experience, maybe I know from empathy that if I was told by someone who was psychic, I would be thinking of a color. Maybe I know what color I would be thinking of, and maybe I can apply that to them. And maybe all of this happens subconsciously. I'm not consciously aware of it. So it is not unreasonable to me to believe that we have certain psychic powers. Morphic resonance posits that memory is inherent in nature, and natural systems inherit a collective memory from all previous things of their kind. That's an interestingly vague concept. Responsible telepathy type interconnections between organism, idiosyncratic explanations of standard subject development, inherence in memory. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean that always happens. I mean, the thing we sort of get at, I think, with this might be that it's one of those theories which are intuitively appealing. That there's a greater interconnectedness is something we want to believe. So these kinds of theories, we also, again, it's not an alarm bell, like, for being critical of Rupert here, or Miss Dr. Sheldrake. I'm assuming he's a doctor. Yeah, researcher at the Royal Society. Guaranteed a doctor. Yeah, PhD, University of Cambridge. So, Dr. Sheldrake is arguing. So it's not to say that this is a reason to reject Dr. Sheldrake in general. It's a reason to sort of be another reason to have an extra requirement. Another reason to be more dogmatic when facing these kinds of theories is that actually dogma here is useful because it needs to compensate for the appeal of the theory. Some theories just sort of have a natural appeal, which isn't in one of two categories. If it's better at explaining things, or if it's simpler, these two things are sort of useful appeals. But it needs to have both for it to be an accepted scientific theory. However, other things, like things that feel true already, or things that play on like subconscious desires, or things that sort of play on how we've previously interpreted things with myth and religion, these are things we should add a little bit of dogma just to be more critical. Like, okay, so the necessity. I'm going to start this by preemptively sort of discuss the. Okay, I should write. You should see this. Preemptively, I want to think about the idea of dogma being useful. induce necessary skepticism. So the idea here is that it is necessary to be skeptical of all new ideas, and certain ideas may need to be more skeptical of others. And I think, based from what we've read so far about morphic resonance, it does seem to be in one of those categories where we need to be more skeptical than usually. But I do want to see a new science of life. Present morphic resonance, various perceived phenomena become more probable the more often they occur. Various perceived phenomena, particularly biological ones, become more probable more often they occur. That's like tautologically true. More probable to happen again is no. This is confusing epistemology for reality. Our the probability of them happening does. The probability we believe of them happening increases necessarily the more they happen, right? If I flip a coin, the first time I get tails, I'm like, oh, it's probably still a fair coin, but we've got one tails. Flip it 10 more times, and I got 7 more tails. And I'm like, okay, so now it's not as fair, right? The first time it happened, it wasn't. We wouldn't assume it made a big difference, but the more times it happens, the more unfair we think this coin is. In the same way, we have new phenomena. Oh, what? As a result, these newly acquired behaviors can be passed down to future generations, which we've disproven. Lamarckianism has already been rejected. He generalizes his approach, asserted that it explains many aspects of science from evolution to the laws of nature, which in Sheldrake's formulation are merely mutable, not immutable, but mutable habits that have been evolving and changing since the Big Bang. Non-local reality is kind of similar. If some of its predictions were supported. Merit attention if some of its morphic resonance is rejected. Grounds are labeled. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big one. Okay. Despite the triumphant rhetoric of mechanistic materialism, current biology has no shortage of unsolved fundamental problems. Which ones? In 1981, seeking a way forward, Rupert Sheldrake proposed the hypothesis of formative causation as the unifying organizing principle of life, a grand theory of everything, which needs an additionally high standard. If it's one thing to say that you're explaining, like the germ theory of disease needs less of an evidentiary standard than the theory of evolution. So if you have a generalized theory here, which is not just explaining biology, he's even arguing that it reaches into physics and chemistry and the laws of nature itself, it needs to be the most well-supported theory in the history of all of science. But the idea being that other people should be willing to test his theories for them, it's absurd. You need to be able to formulate a test which is fairly reasonable. And if not, just accept that we'll prove it sometime after you're dead. That's just how it's going to work. And also how it's supposed to work. If we don't need it yet, then we're not going to use it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so the idea here that unsolved fundamental problems, that's integrally useful here. Expanding the concept of morphogenetic fields, Sheldrake posited a spatio-temporal connection termed morphic resonance, whereby the more often its self-organizing process takes place, the easier it will be for it to take place in the future. Okay? So that's like not the epistemological interpretation I was suggesting earlier. It's suggesting that actually it does change the probability in a real sense. It just changes... Then also it's stressing probabilistic understanding of macroscopic phenomena, which is also very interesting. which I think is epistemological thing. I think that we think of complex phenomena in terms of probabilities, not because they are necessarily best explained by probabilities, but because it's easiest for us to explain them in terms of probability. Instead of like understanding all of the mechanisms leading up to something, we can just sort of generally understand that this is a sort of trend. So if we say that men are taller than women, even if you find a woman who is taller than a man, yeah, a specific woman who's taller than a specific man, this sort of doesn't necessarily change this concept. But when we understand what we're trying to understand, what the utility of saying men are taller than women is, saying that, well, given the same resources, the same input, the same everything else, then men will tend to be taller than women. So this, I think, is a I think there's a very significant difference between the way he's thinking about reality and the way other scientists think about reality, which is probabilistic versus deterministic. There's also a very big leap. There's lots. So far, we found like several big leaps. So we should probably write some of them down. So some big leaps. Probabilistic versus deterministic. I mean, I think deterministic is fine. It's technically still deterministic. It's just, I like to make the separation between probabilistic and deterministic. I think the domino is very much, it's not, I like to make the distinction, not because the usual context I don't usually need to make the distinction. It's just that I think it's a better way of describing it than materialistic, because it's also still materialistic. Probably explains all science, even other, even the laws of nature. So it's sort of an overarching general thesis about how it all works. Dismissed as scientific heresy and ultimately ignored. Fortunately, as the experimental implications remain largely untested. Visionary or not, Sheldrake's case illustrates the conceptual resistance of the scientific enterprise to revise its own deepest theoretical commitments. Beyond career-building selection pressures, young researchers need to be presented with the major questions in their field and encouraged to entertain radically alternative points of view. Scientists is what scientists mean. I very much disagree with this. I think they are already encouraged. It's how science is built up, that you're trying. The goal isn't to make enough money to make ends meet, because then they would not be scientists. They would do other jobs like engineers and economists. There are other jobs where you can make money more easily and more effectively. Science is one of the worst professions for making money. Pseudoscientists, that's where the money is at. But there is an inherent value in the radical hypothesis, because that's how you get your name to be the name that is spoken of in classes for the rest of all of history. You want to be Einstein, right? That's the goal. The goal isn't that everyone in the world currently thinks you're Einstein. The goal is to know that in the future, in science books, your name will be spoken. Millions of people around the world will know exactly who you are because of what you've said, because of your theories. So, I don't think this is true. I'm very curious about this one, but I feel like reading this paper is its own critical examination, so I think we will focus on the video and just go back to it in case we need to afterwards. Science delusion, the belief that science already understands the nature of reality, leaving only the details to be filled in. Okay, so term defined. Now we're back where we were 25 minutes ago. Term defined science delusion. The belief that Science is basically done. So it's like only the details to be filled in. The idea being that, I mean, this is, I think, a very controversial hypothesis. I've heard other prominent people complain about it. I think like Neil deGrasse Tyson has complained about it. But obviously he's a popularizer as well, or he's not as well. Sheldrake is a researcher. Well, I guess at this point, if you're doing a lot of talks, you're a popularizer. If you're writing books about it instead of papers about it, you're a popularizer. But yeah, this is a very controversial theory. I don't think it's very well held, but let's see.
Widespread belief in our society. It's the kind of belief system of people who say, I don't believe in God, I believe in science. It's a belief system which has, I don't believe in principle, leaving only the details to be filled in. This is a very widespread belief in our
Is it? That's surprising
society.
to me.
It's the kind of belief system of people who say, I don't believe in God, I believe in science.
I don't think that's the case. Let's provide an alternate hypothesis for that statement. Hypothesis. I believe in science. So there is a misconception among a lot of people, and I think it might be the same misconception he is reacting to, just maybe we have a different interpretation of what it is. So let's explain what mine is. Many people think science is a body of knowledge, including scientists. Science, if we're going to be really technical, science is a method, it's a strategy. It has to do with falsificationism and trick. So in a very sort of generalized sense, science is done because it's the method is done. The method is simply, it isn't very changing. The method is you make a theory which is possible to be proven wrong. You give it to other people to prove it wrong. That's the method. But a lot of people think of what science is as a list of facts about nature, and that's not true at all. That's not how science works. But so when I hear people say, I don't believe in God, I believe in science, I internally roll my eyes. I've stopped actually rolling them because it hurts eventually. But I internally roll my eyes and go, I understand what they mean. It's not what they're saying, but I understand what they mean. They mean to they believe in the things that are in the scientific consensus. They place more stock in things that are evidentiary based, things that have been tested by science, by the method of science. So if you imagine like two different lists of like info, and one is tested by, let's do it in another order. One is tested science, tested it by philosophy, for instance. Then it's people who are saying I believe in science are preferring this one, right? That's what they mean. They're referencing this list of things that belong to, we can do it like 1, 2, 3. A list of things tested by various hypotheses or various means, and but they don't actually mean that they believe in. As far as I interpret, apparently Dr. Sheldrake is interpreting this as the belief, the science delusion, the belief that science is already done. And indeed, if this is very commonplace, it is, as far as I know, I've heard scientists do it. Like I said earlier, it's not unusual, but in the case of scientists specifically, I'm overwhelmingly convinced that they mean it in this way, as I've shown here. They mean it as a list of things ideas that have been tested. They believe more in things that are tested by science than things that aren't tested by science. But it might very well be that the majority of laymen interpret things as Dr. Sheldrick says.
It's a belief system which has now been spread to the entire world.
Mm.
But there's a conflict in the heart of science between science as a method of inquiry based on reason, evidence, hypothesis, and collective investigation, and science as a belief system or a worldview. And unfortunately, the worldview aspect of science has come to inhibit and constrict the free inquiry, which is the very lifeblood of the scientific endeavor. Since the late...
These are also very grand claims. I didn't know if I was supposed to, or if I wanted to stop here, but these are extremely grand claims. He now has to really back shit up. So I'm really hoping that the next sentence is, I mean, next sentence is a bit harsh. He could spend like 10 minutes just trying to prove this hypothesis. He could spend the rest of he could spend 2 hours just trying to prove this hypothesis. So the idea that it has come to inhibit and constrict the free inquiry, well, show it. Both by evidence, by reason, by showing how, like, if you're trying to show how by reason, you it's much harder even. So if he's going to do, so let me explain that. If he's going to show by reason why this is true, then he has to be very careful to avoid sort of the slippery slopeness of it. He has to be very clear about how every step leads to another step and necessarily leads to another step, or at least strongly. And that's actually no, it needs to necessarily lead if you want to do it. If you want to say that it with strong probability leads to something else, then you need evidence. So, and should be easier to test than his morphic resonance theory. This should just be a little bit of a sociological exercise.
Late 19th century, science has been conducted under the aspect of a belief system or worldview, which is essentially that of materialism, philosophical materialism.
Mm-hmm.
And these sciences are now wholly owned subsidiaries of the materialist worldview.
Scientists are now wholly owned subsidiaries of the materialist worldview. Yes, and let me explain that. Why is science materialistic? So I've made this argument a lot in the case of the belief in the divine, and in sort of the problem, like when arguing with creationists, the reason it is so, the non-theological reason why it's so insane to insist on creationism, or insist on sort of insist on the ability of science to think of an intelligent designer, because this is something that knee-jerk is rejected. I jerked my knee. It's not very obvious, but it's a knee-jerk reaction to scientific endeavor. We have a knee-jerk reaction to supernatural elements, and the reason for this is that we don't care about the supernatural elements. We only care about the material elements, the things we can test, the things we can try out. So this sort of, it may very well be that there is an intelligent designer guiding evolution in every step, but like all of these sort of random mutations, like as far as we know they're random, but if God wanted to, he could make it happen. Like he could actively be sitting there taking notes, writing down everything, like, well actually we want to change a number here, and that will have this cascading effect beautifully in the future, right? So it's entirely possible that there is a supernatural entity at the helm of all of this. It's just very useless to think of that in the terms of evolution, because who knows the mind of God? Even people who insist they know the mind of God tend to disagree violently with the other people who insist they know the mind of God. So in this sense, we want to focus on the testable things, and the testable things are the material things, because material things are testable. Material equals falsifiable. It is the only thing we care about is if that's why we focus on the material aspect. So I think I would be very surprised at this point if he's going to argue as a rejection of materialism. I think I would automatically that automatically puts him as a pseudoscientist. He's essentially rejecting the materialistic explanations because he wants a more fanciful, magical explanation, which is, or I'm saying more fanciful. He wants a magical is, I think, an appropriate word here. I think it sounds as derogatory as more fanciful. More fanciful, I think, is incorrect. That's me being a mean boy. But the reason I'd say it's magical is it inherently introduces concepts that are untestable, inherently introduces concepts that are unfalsifiable, unprovable, things that are that might be part of a model, but they need to sort of have a mechanistic function or mechanistic implementation for them to be useful in our scientific understanding. We need to be able to do maths about it, basically. Maths and mechanisms are necessary. So, if now we have red flag number 15, if this is the, yeah. And also, we're going to do a little bit of a cheeky thing. We're going to go ahead and bathroom. And I'll make some tea on the way back, so BRB. so I put on some water and then I realised that I should probably have my chat open just in case. There we go. Now everything is as it should be. There's an easier way of doing this. Go. Why is science materialistic? Oh. For example, I think mainly the problem between creationists, this is an aside, the problem between creationists and people who believe in evolution is that really just struggling with one word. It's just a semantic disagreement. It's a disagreement on the word random. Because people who study biology say that it's random mutations, and people who study, or people who believe in God, insist that it has to be guided. God had to have created life, and for that it had to be a guided process. But I mean, as far as, the will of God might as well be random to us, because it is unknowable, it's so beyond us. So, because who really knows them? How can we predict anything using this model? So that would be a good example of why we're materialistic, and this sort of materialism, it's the important thing about science. One of the things which most scientists, something I think Dr. Sheldrake also is committing here, is the problem of thinking of science as, even if he's thinking about it as a method correctly, he's sort of thinking about it as a good, like a method for achieving truth, which is incorrect. It's a method for having pragmatic beliefs. It's a method for thinking, for having ideas that we can use to make predictions. That's the point of science. Even if the truth is vastly different from what we discover in science, even if it's a much simpler theory, even if we much easier to explain, like the grand unified theory of everything both exists and is simpler than we think. It just includes so many variables that it effectively creates a different set of rules that we can use to make predictions. So for as long as if I'm trying to throw a ball, or if I'm trying to predict how a soccer player shoots a goal, football player I should say, I'm European, I can use Newtonian mechanics. But more strictly speaking, relativity is a better explanation for how this motion happens. But it's not useful. but it's less useful, and it's also so it wasn't applied until the point in time where we needed a more complicated theory. So for all of the stuff we do here on Earth, we can just use Newton. But as soon as we start looking at stars and stuff, we need relativity. So in the same way, in this sense, we can sort of know that the past theories, which were phenomenally useful, the things that science led us to, were false. I used a graph yesterday, which goes something like this, which is that if you imagine there's sort of a truth line here, the truth. What science is it goes like this. And it might reach it at some point, but we don't know where we are on this curve. So this is like we get closer and closer to the truth over time, but we have no idea where we are on this curve. So the point of science is simply to make us go upwards instead of fluctuating randomly around. Like we could imagine a different graph would be something like, maybe if you start a lot high, but you could like sort of you go like this. This is also a way. You could have a method which creates this pattern, but the model we have, science, creates the. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna remove it because it looks horrendously ugly. I think the method we currently have is this one, this line. This is science. And yeah, so that's a different method. Okay, now T. Now we can go back to, oh, it's red. That's not promising. Yes. So let's see what he thinks about materialism.
I think that as we break out of it, the sciences will be regenerated. What I do in my book, The Science Delusion, which is called Science Set Free in the United States.
Okay, so I want to go back a little bit here.
As we break out of it, the sciences will be regenerated.
So once we break out of it, so he sort of has very certain that we will break free from this materialism, which I have argued so far is a necessary component of the scientific method. It's necessary for falsifiability. So for him to say we have to break free of this would essentially mean we need to break free of science. In case you're wondering, at this point, I think we have sufficient basis to believe that his model is pseudoscientific. Because he's essentially advocating for a non-scientific way of knowing things, for a way of changing science so that, I mean, he's saying that he just wants to change science so that it has, or expand science, or make it less constrained by these sort of materialistic limitations. But what that means is that he has to change how it works to get other theories included. Theories he obviously believes are true, but it's just, it is inherently pseudoscientific because it is inherently redefining how science should be done. It's saying that science shouldn't be materialistic, while there's good reason to suspect that science should be materialistic. So let's add this to sort of his point, or let's ask it a question. Should science what was he saying? He said it was...
I think that as we break out of it, the sciences will be regenerated.
Regenerated. Which is pseudoscientific. Rejection of materialism is pseudoscientific. Oh, I also just realized he's done an oopsie, or he's done a. I'm assuming it's an oopsie. Um, what we're talking about here is, or what I was talking about here, is the problem between the free inquiry and the belief system. But he's just gone directly into materialism, saying that this is an example of this sort of belief system, rigid adherence to a belief system. Um, this is, I mean, obviously, this is contrary to my interpretation, which says that materialism, far from being a part, like one of a dictum, one of the, what was I saying earlier, like one of these lines of texts of the ideas that are in this sort of scientific dogma. Far from being that, the materialism of science is something that is built into the mechanics of the whole thing. So for me, so at this point, we've gone from. At this point, he's sort of insisting that materialism is something we are. Yeah, okay, I'm not exactly sure how I want to phrase the thing I'm thinking, but yeah, well, let's go on. What was I writing? The rejection of materialism is pseudoscience. I mean, it is. It is, at the moment, that's how science works, so to reject it is necessarily pseudoscientific. At the moment, science. I'll do it like this, because I don't think it's at the moment, I think it is inherently, but he thinks it's at the moment, so let's do it. Moment scientific is materialistic. To show. I mean, literally pseudoscience, a different type of science. Is I can understand that sort of pseudoscience is a very negatively charged word, but in the very literal, specific sense, it is a type of pseudoscience. And there is the reason it has a very negative connotation is we should be on the lookout, on guard for pseudoscientific theories, because he's He's in. Yes, that's what I meant with the mistake earlier. He's sort of insisting that his ideas are in fact the real type of science, when in fact most science is not done using his non-materialistic way of thinking about things. Most science is materialistic. All science, as far as I know, is materialistic. But for some reason, he wants to reject that, but he's doing so while insisting that actually his methods or his theories are scientific, while rejecting scientific norms. So, I mean, maybe there is a new type of knowing of things, and that would be very fascinating, but it would be a new type of knowing about things. It wouldn't be science, it would be like this non-materialist science that he's promoting would be a completely new way of knowing about things. And this completely new way of knowing about things, in case you were wondering, requires a lot of evidence. It requires a lot of persuasion. We should be resilient to new ideas to a certain extent, especially because obviously he's going to benefit and tremendously from not being resilient to it. He's going to like the people who, strangely, the people who peddle new ideas tend to make the most money of all kinds of scientists because they sell books to a public audience rather than writing papers for their peers. So yeah, it is a new science, and therefore I would argue that it is inherently pseudoscientific. That doesn't mean it's wrong. I'm just saying that the accusation of pseudoscience by Ted is absolutely fair and valid. And if I were like on Ted's review team and I watched 2 minutes of this video, I'd be like, well, he's probably being pseudoscientific. I mean, honestly, I realize that from the title, exposing. I mean, if inventor of certain theory talks about exposing scientific dogmas, you can be pretty sure that it's about pseudoscience. It's going to be a type of pseudoscience. It's going to be a rejection of how science is being done, because science is being done in such a way to limit his theories from being validated. Necessarily a criticism of how science is being done. Of course, he insists that it is his way of doing things still conforms to some sort of a better definition of how science should work.
What I do in my book, The Science Delusion, which is called Science Set Free in the United States, is take the 10 dogmas or assumptions of science and turn them into questions, seeing how well they stand up if you look at them scientifically. None of them stand up very well.
Okay, taking 10 assumptions. Okay, let's write about that. Assumptions of science. I'm writing here because I can sort of... I'm predicting and I'm expecting him to go through some examples, so I just want to have a title here. Assumptions of science.
What I'm going to do is first run through what these 10 dogmas are,
Yep.
and then I'll only have time to discuss one or two of them in a bit more detail. But essentially the 10 dogmas, which are the default worldview of most educated people all over the world, are first that nature is mechanical or machine-like.
Okay. Dogma number 1, nature is mechanical. Okay, first he wanted to say something. The assumptions are unscientific. Are unscientific, which is true. This is true, and it is something we have known for a while. It is that the philosophy that underpins science isn't itself proven by science. It's not an inductive thing. How our understanding of how science works, that's why that's technically true. What's it called? Critical rationalism. So, in the history of science, and in the history of epistemology, even grander than just science, in the history of trying to understand knowledge as a philosophical concept, we had two general theories. We had empiricism, which is about evidence and testing and so on, and then we have rationalism, which is about reason and thinking about things and so on. What I always sort of reacted to was the fact that the theory of knowledge that we employ in science is called critical rationalism. It's derived from reason rather than evidence. It's not an empirical theory. So how science works, or how our understanding of how science works, is based on reason. It's based on going from sort of no knowledge to scientific knowledge. Requires sort of goes through reason and goes through logic and argument rather than through evidence and empiricism. But let's see. Start out with nature is mechanical. So I don't exactly see. So I hope this is the one he talks most about. I don't exactly see how you can make. And I don't really want to buy his book just to review. I might do that. I might start doing that, especially because I kind of want to get back to reading the Unabomber Manifesto, just because talking about these kinds of things can be interesting. And also now we've gone through fallacies, we can do anything. We can have this as a framework for talking about anything. But nature is mechanical is something I think I would suspect. Yeah, I mean, this is a non-scientific thesis. It's non-empirical. And my argument for why it has to be mechanical is for it to have predictive value. It has to be like domino effect for it to have predictive value.
The universe is like a machine. Animals and plants are like machines. We're like machines. In fact, we are machines. We're lumbering robots, in Richard Dawkins' vivid phrase, with brains that are genetically programmed computers. Second, matter is unconscious. The whole universe is...
Second, matter is unconscious. Again, I think this is a necessary part. As I said earlier, the trying to understand reality by getting into the minds of, like, the atom, for instance, or God in the case of evolution, in the case of the example I used earlier, is a worthless endeavor. Science isn't about trying to predict things through psychologies, like, unless you're... it's not about trying to predict things through the psychology of the elements. It's trying to predict things through the nature of the elements, and this can be the same thing, even if they have minds. The fact that thinking of them as mindless, as lumbering machines, is more useful for us in a scientific way. The point again isn't that this has to be true. The point is that this has to be useful. That's the point of critical rationalism. The point of science is that it doesn't matter what the absolute truth it is. It doesn't matter what God wrote in his book of laws of the universe. What matters for the perspective of science is, can we make a model which we can do to use to do something more productive in the future? Can this model help us shoot a rocket to the moon? Can this model help us develop cures for various diseases? What is it that is we can use with these models? So in that case, I'd say that both of these dogmas are necessary conditions for science to function in the way it has functioned all through this time.
It's made up of unconscious matter. There's no consciousness in stars, in galaxies, in planets, in animals, in plants, and there ought not to be any in us either, if this theory is true.
That is a really big no-no. I have to write that. There ought not... That's the right red flag. There ought not be any so this is false. There are like several different interpretations of this. What he's getting at, as I was talked about this yesterday when I did my stream, is, I think it was yesterday, maybe it was the day before, when I watched Roger Penrose's video watched Lex Friedman's part of Lex Friedman's interview with Roger Penrose, because of this idea of consciousness is not a computation, this difficulty here. So this is one of the solutions to this problem, is the idea that consciousness, or that if consciousness is incomputable, then you can sort of preserve... I don't think this is true, by the way, but if consciousness is incomputable, the argument goes, then you can solve this hard problem of consciousness. How do we have consciousness even though matter is non-conscious? And you can do this through like as Penrose argued, through the probabilistic mechanism of what is it, quantum effects on microtubules and neurons. That was what they were talking about. So you could add a sort of quantum element which could explain consciousness. So the idea that there ought not be any consciousness in us either, as a derivation from the idea that matter is unconscious, is not true. And my interpretation, different from Sir Roger and apparently from Dr. Sheldrake's interpretation, is that actually neither... You can have an emergent property of something. That it is possible for the whole to be greater than the sum of its parts. Sigma for sum, because I probably didn't need of, but yeah, sum of its parts. So that it is theoretically possible for this to be true, in which case, i.e. Consciousness is emergent. Like economics is emergent from psychology and sociology. This is not an entirely new concept. It is not something entirely new from how we think about it. Like matter being unconscious does not mean that the rules and the systems we understand for the unconsciousness is... We can make other systems to understand the complex system. Basically, as complex systems get more complex, it's not just the information isn't just in the things themselves, but in the structure of the things. And the structure of the things is where consciousness comes in. If you have a sufficiently complex structure, I would argue that you could get a consciousness, a certain type. A certain type of sufficiently complex structure is what you need to get consciousness. Oh, should sit better.
So a lot of the philosophy of mind over the last 100 years is trying to prove that we're not really conscious at all.
That's not false. No, sorry, that is false. That is 100% false. Like I just read, like the Chinese room argument, a lot of it has been done to prove exactly the opposite, that actually we are conscious, actually there is something sort of semi-magical about this. Actually, there is a distinction. I am in the minority when I say that this consciousness is emergent, but I would advocate for exactly the views that he thinks is of a science delusion here.
So the matter's unconscious, then the laws of nature are fixed. This is dogma 3.
Dogma 3, the laws of nature are fixed. This also 100% necessary for science. We need to be able to predict things, and for us to be able to predict things, we need to assume a sort of constancy. We need to assume that what we test here, as here, so there. That's the assumption. That nature is that the universe is non-local. Funnily enough, the universe apparently is local. There are local rules, but I don't want to get into the whole physics of that because that's a lot more complicated. And also I don't understand it, so that's a good reason not to go into it. But the idea that the laws of nature are fixed is a useful thing for being able to predict things in the future. I mean, the idea that laws of nature aren't fixed essentially means that any phenomena can be justified, right? If we say that actually the laws of Newton's mechanics are true for all of the planets except for Mercury, where the laws of gravitation or laws of general relativity apply, then that, sure, you could say that, but you could also say that, well, the laws of nature are fixed, so we need an explanation that works both for our worlds and for Mercury. And so you get these models which can explain things both here and there. And this is the goal of science, to make tests here that we can use to extrapolate to things other places. So this is 100%, I think more fundamentally than the other two, this is necessarily a part of science. Is necessary. 100% necessary. The other ones I can like bend a little on. This not at all. This is 100% necessary. The laws of nature have to be fixed for us to be able to make useful predictions. Be right back. Okie dokie.
3. The laws of nature are the same now as they were at the time of the Big Bang, and they'll be the same forever. Not just the laws, but the constants of nature are fixed, which is why they're called constants.
Yes. What do you do if the laws are non-fixed, right? I mean, I guess you could make it that the pattern of change is also fixed, and which is actually more correct. So what he's saying, and especially as you can see from the drawing here, so what After School is saying with his drawing, which is, I think, a fair interpretation of Dr. Sheldrake's position, or I should say more properly, I think it's a fair representation of Dr. Sheldrake's misrepresentation of how science views these things. Because actually, you have this sort of unifying thing where, in the beginning, all of the laws were bound to the same principle. So, in fact, you had a divergence of different laws of nature. I don't remember if this is exact. I don't think it is actually. I think it's more like. Let's see. More like this, right? That the laws of nature diverge. Like we have the four fundamental forces of nature. At certain points in time, we see that all of these were combined. The electromagnetic force were combined with the strong and weak nuclear forces was eventually that was combined with the general relativity. At a certain point in time, exactly at this point in time, all of the forces were combined. So for me, this is simply misrepresentation of how rigidly this concept of fixed is, because science is okay with changing the constants. It just has to be changed in a way that is consistent and predictable. If it isn't changed in such a way that is consistent and predictable, and mechanistic, I should say, then it's a useless thing to know about. You need the mechanism. If you don't have the mechanism, right? That's why we have earlier here, nature is mechanical. The idea that nature is mechanical and unconscious, this idea that nature, more specifically, this idea that nature is mechanical, is the basis for being able to predict things in the future. Now, I know from having read the site that he's going to talk about probabilistic assessments of nature, but it's probabilistic ones don't necessarily aren't like I said earlier when I was writing it as probabilistic versus deterministic. Deterministic doesn't necessarily, and the same for materialistic and mechanistic, doesn't necessarily oppose the idea of probabilistic universe. It just sort of probabilistic can be a subcomponent of a mechanical universe. A mechanical universe can be probabilistic in the way it functions, and it probably is, given what we now understand of quantum mechanics. So yeah, that was just a misrepresentation of what the science says. There we go.
Dogma 4, the total amount of matter and energy is always the same.
The conservation of energy. Let's just write it what it actually is. It is an assumption, of course, but a phenomenally useful one. That's all of science. It's a series of phenomenally useful assumptions working together. Essentially, you add more and more assumptions, or you change the assumptions so that they are more and more useful. So I'm very curious to how he's going to describe a utility function. I think he probably isn't, because he isn't thinking about things in this sort of, or probably isn't thinking about things in this sort of philosophical context, this sort of critical rationalism context. He's thinking about things in sort of appealing to people who he thinks are the sort of masses who share in this science delusion. But the science, do I have that book? I'm now curious. Let me go check very quickly. Be read. I did not have it. I had another book which I wanted to read again, which I didn't. It was want to read this again. Daniel Dennett, Breaking the Spell. I read it many, many years ago, and now I don't remember anything from it. I really liked his Intuition Pumps book. I especially honestly like the idea, the concept of an intuition pump. Yeah, okay, so the conservation of energy and matter, because of, like, we know they're the same, E equals mc squared. Ah, okay, I can't write. There we go. There we go. So we know that they're the same, so when we say the conservation of energy, we say that. So essentially, if the an assumption he thinks, a dogma he thinks that we might need to reject, is the idea, the assumption that energy doesn't disappear. Or doesn't disappear or spontaneously come into existence. It might also, indeed, it might. It is okay. Actually, we shouldn't delve into sort of what vacuum energy, dark energy, and dark matter. You suddenly get into a really weird area. But anyway, it is possible that
it never changes in total quantity, except at the moment of the Big Bang, when it all sprang into existence from nowhere.
That's also a vastly horrifying misrepresentation of how we interpret the Big Bang. I would argue that in essence, like, there are several different models for how that works, but first of all, it didn't spring into existence because that is a temporal component to it. Time happened at that point. All of everything ever, all of time is up to the Big Bang. And the reason we know this is because space-time is the fabric of reality, and we know space-time started out crunched up and then stretched out. Now, what happened before that, whether it was one of those bouncy universes, or whether it was my new pet theory that you combine the big rip and the big bounce and say that the more you rip apart the universe, the more dark energy rips apart the universe. The sort of the energy of the Big Bang, the energy of the universe is the energy of space-time being ripped apart. It's sort of vacuum energy underneath all of reality that is being let loose by the destruction of or the tearing of space-time. Obviously, I believe in this because it's a wonderfully vivid mental image, but you shouldn't take that as the scientific consensus. But there are scientific consensuses that do not posit that the Big Bang caused it. You could even argue that you have sort of a negative energy understanding. I mean, that gets really complicated really fast and really difficult to sort of figure out anything about, but it is not inconceivable that the net energy level of the universe is zero. That's not something which is impossible.
In a single instant. The fifth dogma is that nature is purposeless. There are no
Again, this is useful because, as we said with God's mind, trying to figure out what the purpose is less productive than trying to figure out the mechanism, right? Because if you say, well, the purpose of nature is to make, say the the creationist thing is to make humans, well, this gives you less explanatory power than, because why would it take so long, right? This gives us less explanatory power than if we simply, why did it have so many years of dinosaurs, right? Oh, well, then the purpose was to give us oil, right? So you sort of end up in this sort of endless list of ad hoc justifications, ad hoc rationalizations for whatever piece of this theory you want to support. You can, I'm going to sit down for this, you can essentially justify anything if nature has purpose, because you inserting this purpose, you can always just change the purpose a little bit, and then it explains any new phenomena. So the concept of nature being purposeless, or whether it's purposeless or whether it's purposeful, doesn't give us any predictive power, unless of course he shows me.
purposes in all nature, and the evolutionary process has no purpose or direction. Dogma.
Hmm. See, this is sneaky, because it's direction. It does have direction, and if you're sort of being this vague with a term that you think purpose and direction are logically or like conceptual synonyms, then it does also have purpose. It has purpose, which is to adapt, right? Its purpose is to reproduce, to make more of itself. And this purpose can be defined from a sort of materialistic, mechanistic basis, but it's simply because the things that are successful at reproducing there are more of than the things that aren't successful at reproducing. So you can start. That's the really cool thing about understanding biology in this sense, is you can start from essentially uh, non it's actually I think it's a good example is how economics also works. So if you imagine, if you ask yourself like, why is it that all of my favorite stores that are so they well, I read it earlier. Okay, I'm gonna find. I think I have an example. No, I saved it, but I didn't actually. I don't have it very easily accessible, but I think I will find it very soon. Pictures there. Imagine if people spent more effort on things. So here we go. Uh, Imagine if $1 billion company would put as much effort and love as fans do instead of making quick money grab scheme from a beloved franchise. So the thing you imagine there is, well, then there wouldn't be $1 billion company anymore. The people who, this is like, why are all of the rich people so cynical and manipulative? It's a different, you just flip it on its head. It's, well, the people who are the best at making money will have the most money, right? So the people who are, and they will then sort of buy out all of the other people. So you essentially get to the point where the most powerful people end up being the people who are most capable of gaining more power, because the people who are less interested in gaining more power or less capable of gaining more power won't approach will be outcompeted by these other things. The same way you think of life. So even though this sort of doesn't need to be a mechan, like you don't need to sort of have a purpose, a goal, or it's not like capitalism is specifically aimed, like we didn't design capitalism specifically so that we get the biggest inequalities, but inequalities are a consequence of capitalism because success breeds success breeds success breeds success. Similarly with evolution, making more copies of yourself makes you better at making more copies of yourself, makes you better at making more copies of yourself. So even though it doesn't, you say it doesn't have any purpose or any direction, it does have a direction, it does have a purpose to reproduce. That's its function. And you can sort of, instead of thinking about things in terms of purpose and direction, you think about things in function. And that's the point of science. This is why we can now know with some degree of certainty that Dr. Sheldrake is being extremely pseudoscientific in his assessment. Because his dogmas, all of the dogmas so far, are essentially rejecting the predictive mechanisms of science. It's rejecting just the idea of science being able to think about things in a certain type of way and having benefit from thinking about things in this certain type of way. That's how science is done. Like I said when I said it first time, it is possible that Dr. Sheldrake has thought of some sort of new way, or maybe even doesn't consciously have it, but is getting at like the first steps of this new way of gaining knowledge. However, this is necessarily another, or this is demonstrably another way than the science. Right? It's a different way. And the reason it becomes pseudoscientific is because he's sort of cloaking himself in the comforting, the raincoat of science to shield himself from the criticisms of speculation. But it's, or whatever he's trying to shield himself from. I don't want to speculate on that. But he is promoting a different view than science. He's not actually applying science, and he's saying that all of these dogmas are things he rejects, principles of science that are useful and have been useful and are just about making useful predictions, which is what science actually is, making useful predictions about the future. I mean, making useful ones is redundant at this point. Making predictions, accurate predictions about the future. Maybe even sufficiently accurate is a good way of putting it. Because it just needs to be sort of roughly correct. It doesn't need to be, or it doesn't even need to be correct. Like, we don't need to, it just needs to be as close to reality as we are capable of testing. And, of course, there might be a more fundamental truth that we simply cannot test. It's like how I've watched a few videos recently about how people are sort of rejecting string theory more and more because it's unfalsifiable. And this sort of makes a sort of infinite number of potential predictions which aren't necessarily that useful. Or indeed aren't useful. You can predict essentially anything, and you can simply just tweak the theory a little bit, and then you have any answer for any question ever. Okay, so nature is purposeless with no direction is sort of kind of true.
Number 6, the biological heredity is material. Everything you inherit.
Okay. 6, biological heredity is material. So it feels like, just to poison the well, like we like to do, like we started this with, it seems like what he's opening up for here is a study of a non-material heredity. But how do you check a non-material heredity? What is your test? What is the test? We know we can test, or I mean, I don't need to write this. We know we can test material things, right? We know how to do it. Like, okay, is there a water bottle here? You can't see it on the screen. I can. So how would you test if there's a water bottle here? You can make me do anything. Well, maybe you want me to hit it. What does that sound like? Yeah, maybe you want to lift it up and shake it. Oh, does it sound like a water bottle? Maybe. Or maybe you want to take it out and show it to you, right? Oh, it looks like it's not water, right? So you have different strategies for. I mean, we know we can test the existence or the function of material things. We can test material processes and mechanical processes, but it is not clear that we can test immaterial ones. In fact, we have quite a lot of philosophy that indicates that that is one of the definitions of the immaterial, is that it is unempirical. The immaterial is not empirically verifiable. So, I mean, obviously, so are none of these dogmas. None of these dogmas are empirically verifiable, but the idea that being that you can just replace it and say that you're still science is a completely, absolutely horseshit. If he is saying that he's going to reject all of these dogmas, then what he is doing is philosophy. He's not doing science, he's doing philosophy. He's not. It's pseudoscientific because he's pretending to be scientific while he's doing philosophy. But if perhaps he knows some way of testing the immaterial. Or perhaps he's just going to make an argument that it is conceivably possible. Let's see.
Inheritors in your genes, or in epigenetic modifications of the genes, or in cytoplasmic inheritance. It's material. Dogma 7, memories are stored inside your brain as material traces.
Okay. Memories are stored in the brain as material traces. I'd say as materials, but I feel like he's being vague or using this term to sort of be open to different interpretations of neurobiology. Like I mentioned earlier, the sort of microtubule model with the sort of quantum effects. This, to sort of be open to this theory as well, it can't just be, he wanted to be more, like I say, more vague, more specific, more opposite of what I said. I wanted to be more, talking about material traces is sort of, doesn't necessarily, Well, it is. Yeah, it is more specific. It's just the goal is to do it in such a way that it includes different models. It doesn't necessarily have to be the exact structure of the brain where it is stored. It could be traces of it stored in. It could be sort of the quantum mechanical effects. It could be that the mind is sort of a little bit separated almost from the actual physical brain, but because of the sort of the interactions between the quantum field and the brain is what causes this. And this would be explained by material traces better than if I just said material.
Somehow everything you remember is in your brain in modified nerve endings.
Somehow. See, he's using these sneaky words where it makes it very clear to me that it was a good idea for Ted to remove them. Honestly, I'm surprised they brought him on.
Phosphorylated proteins. No one knows how it works, but nevertheless, almost everyone in the scientific world believes it must be in the brain.
Yes. That's an unnecessary... Well, I mean... That's a really unnecessary criticism. Of course, we... Okay, almost everyone believes that. It also undermines his idea that it is a dogma. He's really, really annoyingly prodding, or annoyingly sort of disparaging science, taking pot shots for literally no reason. He's insisting that, okay, well, nobody understands this really. Well, but they still believe it to be true. Yeah, well, why? Okay, when I was talking about fallacies yesterday, and the days before, the point of it was to make clear, or the reason, what I was fixated on was trying to present it in such a way that people understand the psychology of using it. And this is something he is failing at in his presentation here. He's not explaining, he's not explaining it from the point of view of the people who believe it. He's not explaining it with sort of a level of charity, or not showing why it seems reasonable, or it seemed reasonable at the time when these dogmas were approached, or he's like so fixated on the necessity of trying to rid us of these dogmas that he seems to be unwilling to sort of take them seriously. And as a sort of, just as a rhetorical tip, people, if you do this, this happens. People who aren't already on your side, who have ideas, who hold some of these dogmas for various reasons, will simply go, oh, you're clearly just making shit up. You're clearly just misrepresenting people for the point of making your argument, of selling your books. I mean, it took even, I know I spent a long time getting there, but he'd barely gone into the introduction before he'd started talking about his book. This seems to me very clearly as, or because of how he is presenting himself, it's harder for me to take him seriously because he's not taking me seriously. He's not taking other people seriously. He is simply stating these dogmas as though they were trivially and obviously false, and why are we so irrational as to believe that our memories are stored in our brain as material traces? They follow from all of the other ones. The dogma isn't a dogma in and of itself. They simply follow from the other principles here. It's something he might want to sort of specifically prod at, and I'm worried that this is going to, instead of focusing on all of the other ones that I really wanted to, I wanted him to talk about the first one, like nature is mechanical. If you could talk about that for ages. But instead, I have this weird worry that he's going to focus on this one, which is a result of like 3 of the other ones. So the last 2, nature is purposeless, and dogma 6 and dogma 1. Honestly, these two combined will make us conclude dogma 7. So let's see, 1 union 6 leads to 7, right? I mean, maybe I shouldn't use it, but 1 union 6 leads to 7. That's what actually implies 7 is not exactly what this is what I mean. 1 union 6 leads to 7. If you the first dogma is true, so the first dogma being nature is mechanical, and the 6th dogma is true, biological heredity is material, then memories are stored in your brain as material. Like, these are, it simply follows from earlier principles. So instead of being a dogma in and of itself, obviously you want to pick 10. So, I mean, if you got into 6, you might as well keep going and try to get to 10 because it's a nicer number. But actually, honestly, 7 would be a better number. But maybe it's hard. As someone who has a messy mind, it's sometimes hard to sort of constrain yourself when you want to make a specific point about how memories are stored in your brain. You don't want to sort of make its own category without giving it its own dogma to rest on. So as I understand why he's doing this rhetorically, or why, for the sake of clarity, it's just not its own dogma. I just want to be clear about that.
Dogma 8, your mind is inside your head.
That's the same. That's a restatement of it, honestly. I mean, yeah, it's more general, but now it's even worse that he said it like this, because now if you just wipe out dogma 7, then dogma 8 explains dogma 7 as well. So this is clearly, yeah. If your mind is inside your head, then memories are stored in your brain, and yeah, I mean, this is clearly unnecessary.
All your consciousness is the activity of your brain and nothing more.
Right, we were talking about consciousness earlier. Yeah, the red flag. Matter is unconscious, and therefore he's suggesting that. Yeah.
Dogma 9, which follows from dogma 8, psychic phenomena like telepathy are impossible.
Okay. I don't think it follows from dogma 8, but if it did, it would be a criticism of your assessment of them as unique dogmas. Honestly, he's not even doing very good. He's doing better philosophy than he's doing science, but I don't think his philosophy is very, very... I mean, it's fine. Because, yeah, it's not organized properly. Oh. Is my stream not working? Wait. It is working. What am I talking about? What's the problem? Anyway. Psychic phenomena like telepathy are impossible. The reason why I'm like being so petty about the philosophy here is that if you focus on arguing against the principle of psychic phenomena like telepathy are impossible, it's a worthless principle. It's worthless to try and destroy this dogma, because it's another dogma. It's another principle you want to undermine. You want to undermine like 1, 3, and 1, 2, and was it 3? No, 1, 2, 1 and 2, and 1, 2, and 6. 1, 2, 5, and 6. You want to actually undermine other dogmas in order to get this point through. As soon as you eliminate the sort of materialism of it, as psychic phenomena are indeed... I mean, I would argue that they're still possible even in a materialistic universe. They're just not the way people think of them as psychic. I mean, the spooky action at a distance part is still unclear to be... and I say that knowing full well that spooky action at a distance is exactly what happens in quantum mechanics. The hilarity of all of Einstein's geniusly, elegantly phrased quotes always being turned against him when it turns out that actually nature is stranger than even he imagined. But yeah, no, it's so like telepathy. I mean, it's only depending on how you define telepathy. I mean, what he means here, right, is that psychic phenomena are impossible. So he means that non-material, materialistic mechanism. I don't even know if it's okay to or correct to use the term mechanisms because it's not mechanical, right? So what is the predictive power of his theory? Does it have no predictive power? Is it just a new way of looking at the world? In which case, yes, we should throw it out, we should burn it, and we should never talk about it again. It's a worthless waste of time. It's unscientific. It's not just pseudoscientific. It's not just wrong. It's worse than that. If it were wrong, it would be interesting. This is the idea that it's simply another way of looking at things, which is more open to new ideas, is abhorrent. We need a mechanism, and it needs to have predictive power. Otherwise, it's unscientific. It's not useful for anyone. It's not even like it's might be. It's philosophy. Say you're doing philosophy. Why do all the pseudoscientists insist they're doing pseudoscience instead of philosophy? Because philosophy books don't actually sell very well. They have to pretend like they're making grand scientific changes to reality, when in fact they are just speculating on how to organize our conceptions of models and how to think about the models we have. So it's like what psychic phenomena would be in this case would be non-materialistic mechanisms for things. I think that's fine.
Your thoughts and intentions cannot have any effect at a distance because your mind's inside your head.
That doesn't follow. So the statement here, okay, let's go back just to hear it clearly.
Thoughts and intentions cannot.
Your thoughts and intentions cannot
have any effect at a distance.
Any effect at a distance because
your mind's inside your head.
Your head. This does not follow. This is one of those things which it seems intuitively true, but it doesn't. It is false. So let me make it clear again. So your mind is inside your head. I mean, what it's saying is that this leads to this, right? That wasn't not even close to an arrow. This leads to this. He's saying that the fact that your mind being inside your head leads to the idea that your thoughts and actions cannot have an effect. So my body is inside my skin. My muscles are inside my skin. But my muscles can have an effect on things at a distance. Right? So even though my muscles are inside my skin, it can have an effect. I can throw something at someone. I don't want an example. There's this total draw. There we go. See, my muscles inside my body had an effect on those curtains over there. It's probably shouldn't have picked up a toilet roll right next to my computer and thrown it away, but as long as I remember, it'll be fine. Now, the idea that your action, like, it simply is a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that from this idea that because it is inside your head, it's impossible. It simply follows that it has to interact with something else to get to someone else's head. And that is exactly what we think it does. Like, we think that our mind influences or controls our body, and our body reflects light so that which hits other people's eyes, which leads to their minds, right? When I open my mouth and expel gas or air in a certain pattern with certain waves, these waves travel through the air, hit other people's ears, and go up into the brain. So it came from my brain, went through my body, out into the real world, and into your organs and into your brain. So our minds can have effects at a distance through a series of mechanical phenomena. What he's saying here is that the dogma he's referring to here is the idea that our minds need this mechanical system to achieve this interaction at a distance. However, presenting it as simply a following from your mind being inside your head is false and misleading.
Therefore, all the apparent evidence for telepathy and other psychic phenomena is illusory.
Oh, that's an even worse one. That's okay. He's clearly. I'm very glad Ted took this talk down. If they didn't, I would have sent them an angry email. Let's see. Therefore, that word is specifically very important right now. He says, therefore,
the apparent evidence for telepathy and other psychic phenomena is illusory.
Therefore, the apparent evidence for psychic phenomena is illusory. Now, that is so bad what he did there, and I want to really dig into how horrendous it is. It is a vast, very, very tricky rhetorical strategy. What he is saying, by saying therefore, is that it leads from this belief, right? It leads from this belief that psychic phenomena like telepathy are impossible. Now, that's a bad way of thinking about it. What we're thinking about it in scientific terms, right? He's saying that all of these dogmas are unscientific. This dogma is 100% scientific. This dogma is entirely evidence-based. And the evidence, the scientific evidence, the empirical system which we use to test this is the idea. Does the model that psychic phenomena is illusory, let's say, right, does first. Does the model that psychic phenomena is illusory explain more than the alternative? That is a scientific way of going about things. We put on a model that says, okay, well, the model is that psychic phenomena are impossible. So the model says psychic phenomena must be illusory. Well, what explanatory power does this have? Well, we can predict that we can use various psychological tricks to sort of undermine the experience of and the utility of these psychic phenomena. So we use sort of I don't want to do dowsing rods because weirdly those seem to have sort of weirdly scientific or I don't want to say scientific. There are some interesting experiments where you have correlated something, but it could entirely be still other processes. But let's start with something a little bit more straightforward, which is like predicting. That's psychics, as in those people who prey on the needy who want to talk to their dead relatives. Is the demonstration that you can do this without, like, a person who knows that they don't know, aren't psychic, knows they aren't talking to someone, using an algorithm. You can in fact program Chat GPT to tell you, to give you, to be I want someone to do that actually. Note to self. I want to do that. Note to self, someone program Chat this GPT to be a psychic. AI. Okay, I really got distracted by that thought. A really fun idea. We might actually go deeper into that, but let's finish the thought here first. So, if you have a psychic, you could, instead of, if it is an illusory phenomena, you would expect a person or an entity or a machine that is clearly clearly mechanical, non-psychic system to be able to make the same kinds of predictions, to be able to influence people in the same kinds of way. You should be, in theory, able to write an algorithm which tricks people into believing things, or it tricks people into gaining the same sensation as they would by talking to a psychic. And the same way, and in a similar way, not the same way at all, in a completely different way actually. In another way, you could test it, the opposite way is to test it by exclusion. by, instead of saying, well, by sort of undermining, like, okay, well, if it is illusory, then you might be using various other subconscious clues. So, are psychics on the phone less effective than psychics in person? Yes. And if so, it indicates that it is illusory. It indicates that people are using other social cues to gain the information, and then they act on that information. The like, what was he talking about? All of the apparent evidence. If you go through this evidence with the model of science, of it being illusory, and try and work out what the illusions are, you can gain new models of how people think, and then you can use these models to make other predictions about how this will work. I think honestly a good way of looking at it is how James Randi, God rest his soul, how James Randi was doing things is like, well, if they are illusory, then I'll think up a way of, because he obviously clearly believed they were all illusory, because he knew that he could do the same thing while not believing that it was possible. So for people who believe, so it's more useful for them to sort of act as though, so is it more useful for us to have a model where it is illusory, and it has been shown to be more useful. Now, if you want to replace it with a model where it isn't illusory, then you need to be able to predict more things than with a model that isn't illusory. And even if it is true that psychic phenomena are possible and they're not illusory, if it is a less useful model to think of it as real, as more useful for us to think of psychic phenomena as illusory, then science will and should do that. Science, like I said, isn't about absolute truth. It's about usefulness. It's about pragmatics. It's about predictions, about falsifiability. Like, that's really the integral thing about falsifiability, is making predictions about the future. It sort of wraps up the sort of usefulness and the self-verification of the system, of the method that is science. So yeah, this dogma is scientific. So this is, to me, a very, very sort of problematic way of phrasing things, because it contradicts what he was saying earlier in the example.
People believe these things happen, but it's just because they don't know enough about statistics, or they're deceived by coincidences, or it's wishful thinking.
And these are models that can be usefully tested. All three different models, right? Some people don't like fear. You could argue that sort of the gambler's fallacy is a type of psychic phenomena. I mean, it's not about communicating with other minds, but it's about precognition, about predicting the future, which as we read, is a part of his theory. But it still has the same sort of principle here, that in the context of those and no stats, a model that says, well, most people are bad at applying statistical understanding in their lives, means that is useful for understanding why people are willing to bet more, or continue to bet or bet more and more aggressively in situations where they've lost more and more and more because of this sort of bad understanding of statistics. So, and it's also testable by seeing how often you get payouts, and the amount of payouts are equal to what you would expect from chance. They are the same as, like, the chance of flipping a heads is the same regardless of whether you've just flipped 17 heads in a row or whether you flipped 17 tails in a row. This doesn't influence the statistics of your next coin toss at all. And we can test this, and we can verify this by flipping 18 coins several million times, and you get there. So people's lack of understanding of statistics is absolutely a useful scientific model. So all of the fact that he sort of grazed over these is suspicious.
And dogma 10, mechanistic medicine is the only kind that really works.
Okay, fair enough. Mechanistic. This is also a scientific theory. This is also an empirical idea. It is a testable model. all you need to do is come up with a non-mechanistic medicine and test it against a mechanistic medicine. Or indeed test it against random chance, or more specifically test it against the placebo, test it against something which we also know doesn't have a mechanism. I mean, I guess it's kind of weird here, because what is a mechanism? Is he simply saying that randomness is the guider of reality? And yeah, it seems like he's just saying that we should reject knowledge, or reject the attempt at knowledge that is inherent in science. I like that I have this weirdly massive dolt just because of... Okay, should we move it in front? Is this what streamers do? Do I look like a streamer now? Is it better than Asmund, because I can at least sort of hide my baldingness? Can pretend that I'm more hairy than Asmongold. There we go. Like, do the best comb over we can do. See, clearly I am not balding. Nobody can accuse me of being balding, because clearly I have loads of hair. See how much hair I have. Anyway. Honestly, I'm more and more hoping that I do start balding, but only at the top, because that's where I can feel it going, and just keep really thick curly hairs all around the sides. That would look amazingly mad scientisty. And especially now that my beard is it's getting these weird highlights, and I think it's getting more of them. I might get like a perfectly white beard and like a massively crazy hair. The older I'm getting, the more I'm looking forward to getting old, which is interesting. Maybe I should stop. Maybe that's why I'm taking more and more care of myself. When I was younger, I was like, oh, I can eat whatever shit I want, and I don't care if I get fat. But now I'm like, oh no, I want to live until I'm 90 so that I can look like a crazy scientist. Yeah, mechanistic medicine is the only one that works. Let's listen to what he says before he begins. I want to go to the bathroom, and then I'll...
That's why governments only fund research into mechanistic medicine and ignore complementary and alternative therapies. Those can't possibly...
So he's saying that mechanistic, as opposed to alternatives, and it's such a strange wordplay here, because mechanistic in its most literal sense just means that there is a mechanism, right? So for anything we should understand and anything we should study, like the idea of a mechanism, the idea of we do something and it leads to something is mechanistic in and of itself. So the idea of giving someone medicine and it leading to them gaining better health results is a mechanistic system, even though in most cases we don't exactly understand the exact mechanisms of it. It's simply the idea that it works as according to a mechanistic system. So the reason we reject alternative and complementary medicine as pseudoscience is not because we lack a mechanism for it. We lack a mechanism for most things. It's because we lack evidence for it working more than the mechanistic ones. It doesn't, or more even than chance, more even than placebo, or in some cases with health risks of their own. So indeed, this sort of the general thing that medical professionals tend to throw out is the idea that we test, like, there are loads of alternative medicine systems, and then you have the rest. I'm going to bring up Adara O'Brien. Science knows it doesn't know anything. I think this is a good funny thing to watch, and it's also really old. At least 4 years old. It's a good palate cleanser after this video, but we'll see it. Look it after. First, I'm gonna go bathroom. Actually, I want to scratch my head a little bit. I'm getting less and less enthusiastic about headphones. Should like get a Bluetooth receptor or something. Yes. So, conscious universe. Interesting.
Possibly really work because they're not mechanistic. They may appear to.
So, what does he actually mean by mechanistic here? I'm going to say he can't mean what I think he means, because if he means what I think he means, he's bonkers. Because okay, if he mean, I should explain that. If he means what I think he means, he's saying that random, like that, consequences are random. That he's rejecting the concept of cause and effect, right? That's the problem here, right? If my interpretation of what mechanistic means is causal, there is a mechanism for things to happen. One thing leads to another. Causal relationships are mechanistic by philosophically, by design, by reason. So, what does he actually mean by mechanistic? Because if that's what he means, if he means let's reject causality, then, as I'm sure you can imagine, there's a reason why that's unscientific. But I'm assuming he doesn't actually mean that. I should write that. I thought mechanistic referred to what? And if we reject the concept of cause and effect, then science becomes impossible to do. It's oh wow, what's happening in my stomach? I heard some noises earlier, but interesting. I might have to get to the bathroom suddenly later. We'll see. If I suddenly run off, you know why. If I don't have time to write bathroom break.
To work because people would have got better anyway, or because of the placebo effect. But the only kind that really works is mechanistic medicine. Well, this is the default worldview, which is held by almost all educated people all over the world. It's the basis of the educational system, the National Health Service, the Medical Research Council.
I mean, more specifically, those things. He's talking more about biology and medicine than he's talking about physics and chemistry. For good reason, I suspect, but let's not get into that. Let's not be that mean to him.
Governments, and it's just the default worldview of educated people. But I think every one of these dogmas is very, very questionable. And when you look at it, it turns they.
Yeah, I mean, if they are questionable, then they can also be. Then they're also scientific, right?
Fall apart. I'm going to take first.
Oh wait.
It turns is very, very questionable, and when you look at it, it turns they fall apart.
When you look at it, they fall apart. I mean, I like writing these things because I feel like it's when he makes such grand statements. I want to go back to this, and like I don't know if I actually wrote it down, but the idea that are unscientific, right? I've clearly clearly I say what I was talking about was both psychic phenomena is impossible and only mechanistic medicine works. The 9 and 10 are 100% scientific. They're definitely scientific. So that's why I write down these things, like I just wrote down here. When you look at it, they fall apart. I want to go back to this when further throughout this video and sort of just check. Are they falling apart, or is it just are they just, or are you thinking about them like I actually, or what? I want to know. Actually, I'm very curious.
I'm going to take first the idea that the laws of nature are fixed. This is a
Okay, let's see. What was? Let's check the dogma again. Just to dogma list. Dogma number 3, I believe. Yeah, the laws of nature are fixed. So dogma 3. I should honestly. Let's do a new page. Honestly, I just don't want to scroll down all of this. So we have the dogma list on the other page, but dogma number 3. Laws of nature are fixed.
A hangover from an older worldview before the 1960s, when the Big Bang Theory came in.
I mean, I know I've been talking about how I poisoned the well. That's poisoning the well. He's saying that it's just an appeal to tradition. He's saying that it's a holdover from an older idea. That's doesn't show anything.
People thought that the whole universe was eternal, governed by eternal mathematical laws. When the Big Bang came in,
he's very much combining it, but like, I don't think it is correct to combine the idea that of a static eternal universe with the idea of there being consistent rules. The idea there being consistent rules it doesn't predate the static eternal universe. No, it does actually, because Aristotle did believe in a beginning. Hence the prime mover argument, the what's it called, the Kalam cosmological argument for God. You have evidence or arguments that exist from people who believe that there are laws of nature that are constant that didn't tie to Big Bang. These two ideas aren't tied together.
then that assumption continued, even though the Big Bang revealed a universe that's radically evolutionary, about 14 billion years old, growing and developing and evolving.
That's also not true. I want to be a little bit generous here, because as we've seen by the examples of his dogmas, he's clearly a specialist, and as we read, he's a specialist in biology. His understanding is biology. The understanding of physics is a lot more gradual and changing than he is suggesting it to be. There is a lot of study in physics about the idea of non-local realities and how we could sort of use this information. Like, is it predictably non-local? And the idea that there might be different rules in the early universe is something that's sort of interesting, but it's always the last resort, because if we can explain it with the laws we currently have, then that is more useful to us than trying to say, the reason that this doesn't fit with our evidence is the laws of nature were different in the past. That's a really bad thing to rest on. So let's take the alternative. Now, actually, this is the idea that non-locality is always a last resort. So it's, yeah, you don't want this to be... I was suddenly thinking about my English. I noticed I put on more of an English accent when I wrote last resort. In case you are wondering, I'm not actually English. I don't know if that's just boasting about having a good pronunciation, which isn't true. Even all of my family members, bar one, have better pronunciation than me, to my great horror. Non-locality is always a last resort, and I would argue it definitely should be, because of this problem that you can always use it. It can always be used in an answer. It can explain anything. That which explains anything explains nothing. That which... Oh no, sorry. It's more specific than that. Rejecting evidence because the rules were different than is too easy. So this belief that the universe, the laws of nature are fixed, is a useful belief. It helps us use the knowledge, or use the things we can test right now to predict the things of the past. And there might come a point where we find an inherent contradiction in these things, where all of the tests we get show things that cannot mean that the evidence we get in just doesn't conform with the tests. It is in theory possible that we might prove that the universe is non-local in such a way that and it might indeed still be possible that we can use this information to some extent. But in that case, I would argue that we've just sort of changed the position of the laws of nature. The laws of nature are still fixed. It's just that the laws of nature aren't the constants of nature. They're how the constants evolve over time, or how they interact with the universe. This doesn't actually change the idea that the laws of nature are fixed. It just changes which laws of nature are the laws of nature, or what ideas are laws and what ideas are demonstrations of these laws.
For 14 billion years, growing and cooling, and more structures and patterns appear within it. But the idea is all the laws of nature were completely fixed at the moment of the Big Bang, like a...
Also not exactly true, but actually more than that. I'm pretty sure, now we're getting really at the edge of my understanding, but I'm pretty sure that the laws of that, like I drew earlier with the sort of constants connecting, that when the constants were the same, they sort of operated differently. So, yeah, the study of inflation really actually does, the cosmic inflation really does toy with the idea of like changes in much greater sense than Dr. Sheldrake is suggesting.
Cosmic Napoleonic code. As completely structures and patterns appear within it. About 14 billion years
I want to
old,
think a little bit
growing and developing and evolving for 14 billion years.
So this also works with fixed laws of nature, right? Because what we're seeing is a lot of different... That's what's so cool about the idea of fixed laws of nature, is you can go from relatively simple laws with... Like, if there's simple... You go from, say, Newtonian mechanics, and you just make it so that there are lots of particles. Then the mechanics become so complicated that you get these amazingly complicated, interesting patterns that operate seemingly on their own systems and rules. And this might be what happens if we find out that the laws of nature are fixed at a different point, that the universe is non-local. It would just, yeah, we might discover that. Okay. Well, I want to write that away. Law, because I'm noticing it's falling out of my head. Be fixed at different points. Not the constants. Okay, I'll write that again. But again, it is very clear that Rupert Sheldrake, Dr. Sheldrake, is more of specialized in biology. This is physics. I will give him some credit that understanding exactly how open physicists are to new ideas is probably a little bit beyond him, because it might very well be that it's the biologists and the medical stuff or medical scientists who are more closed-minded, and his experience is just with people saying, why are you suggesting that reality? I mean, he has probably met physicists who are rejecting his theories just as out of hand as he feels the medical professionals are. But let's give him some benefit of the doubt here.
Growing and cooling, and more structures and patterns appear within it. But the idea is all the laws of nature were completely fixed at the moment of the Big Bang, like a cosmic Napoleonic code. As my friend Terence McKenna used to say, modern science is based on the principle, give us one free miracle and we'll explain the rest.
That's a cool one. That's a cool line. I mean, that's the cool way of rephrasing the idea of sort of axiomatic understanding, and I'm fine with that.
And the one free miracle is the appearance of all the matter and energy in the universe and all the laws that govern it from nothing in a single instant. Well, in an evolutionary universe, why shouldn't the laws themselves evolve? After all, human laws do, and the idea of laws of nature...
Fuck you. Yeah, no, this is a fair point to say fuck you. I've been relatively cordial so far, but fuck off. That's just bad. That's just worthy of an insult. There is nothing more you deserve than an insult, but we will give it to you anyway. After all, that's what human laws do. After all, that's what human laws do. You know what? Fuck off. Two explanations. One, philosophically, the idea that moral laws are changeable is wrong. This is completely opposed to the idea of an objective moral code. So if you want to... So the idea, the opposing viewpoint here is that actually laws are relative and subjective. Reality. So if you're proposing that reality should be thought of in the same way as we view laws that humans use to govern themselves, well, in which case you're saying that reality is just subjective. You are in fact advocating for solipsism. That's what's happening here. If you genuinely think that the way the laws of humans change is relevant to understanding the laws of nature, you are advocating for solipsism. You are advocating for the idea that reality is subjective. The laws of nature are as subjective as the laws of man. So, very much deserving of an insult there. Also, I want to say I'm so biased against him right now that I was thinking the reason he there's this amazing little pause here.
Just one free miracle and we'll explain the rest.
So, that's a good point to pause because it's funny and you hear the audience.
And the one free miracle...
But he keeps pressing on. If you're like a good orator here, what you do is you take a little, even if you started your sentence, you take a little break. But there is another reason why you might do this, and this is why I know I'm very much biased against him at this point. You might also do it if you want them to laugh at the next thing you say, right? Because if you give them a moment to rest on this, they understand what you mean.
is the appearance of all the matter and energy in the universe and all the laws that govern it from nothing in a single instant.
Right? So he wants people to laugh at this point, make it sound so unbelievable, so miraculous. Where it's a cool way of phrasing things, that it is miraculous, but relying on it as sort of he's relying on it rhetorically to undermine the credibility of the concept, when in fact what's he presenting as an alternative then? When so far what he's shown as an alternative is as many free miracles as you want. No, go away.
Well, in an evolutionary universe, why shouldn't the laws themselves evolve? After all, human laws do, and the idea of laws of nature is based on a metaphor with human laws. It's a very anthropocentric metaphor.
Oh, he is advocating for solipsism then. Okay, fine. I thought I was being too harsh. That's why I went back and sort of made a big point of how critical I am of him and how knee-jerk I am. But no, he is actually advocating for solipsism. He is actually saying that it's the idea of laws of nature is an anthropocentric concept. That is absolute horseshit. Because the laws of nature are mutable, impermanent, and relative to whatever content you're in. If anything, it's irrelevant to the moral concept, the concept of moral law. And this is all the idea of there being an objective reality with laws that govern it. And so this idea here, with laws that govern it, is simply the idea that the objective reality is knowable. Knowable. That doesn't look like that, but we can fix it. The idea that objective reality is knowable is this concept that is based on this concept of is the same as this concept of having laws that govern it. Now, as I said, it's entirely possible that what he's confusing here is the idea of or what he's conflating is, and he's not confusing it, but he's conflating it possibly intentionally, possibly just because he doesn't care to make the distinction, or possibly because it's more efficient not to. But it's when he's talking about laws that govern it, if he's talking about constants that govern it and constants being capable of evolving, that's one thing. But the idea of laws being capable of evolving, well, then you just step back and you say, well, what is the law? How do the laws develop? Or how do these constants change, to be more specific? And this is itself a new law. If we find out that the laws change, then we just go up one step. We just lead to how do they change? Equals new laws. Right? So the idea that laws can change simply leads us to the idea that there are new laws, that there are different laws than the ones it's just that reality is governed by a system of laws which are above or controlling the system of laws we currently believe that are governing it. In fact, you can make a very good example here with sort of biology. We have the degrees of purity by XKCD. I'll do it here. Degrees of purity, XKCD. There we go. So sociologists apply to psychology, psychologists apply to biology, and so on. So what we're essentially saying is that the laws that govern sociology, the laws that they describe, they don't usually call them laws because they're more generalized, more statistical. But yeah, the statistical laws that govern sociology, well, actually you can explain those as psychological laws But you can explain those psychological laws as biological laws. You can explain those biological laws as chemical laws. And you can explain those chemical laws as physical laws. But maybe there's another step beyond sort of the physics we know so far, another tier of mechanism, maybe discoverable by mathematicians as this might indicate, but or maybe there's just space in there where we can discover that actually there's a system of how things. It's nice to be on top. Oh, hey guys, I didn't see you all. Hey guys, that the system. We could interpret things in the idea that the laws are changeable, as they would be for sociology, as they would be for psychology, as they would be for biology and chemistry. Maybe the laws of physics also change over time. This itself only enters in a new set of laws that explain how the laws of physics change over time. It doesn't actually remove the idea of laws, it simply passes the buck later.
Only humans have laws. In fact, only civilized societies have laws. As C.S. Lewis...
That is philosophically incompetent, not only civilized. The concept of moral law. Laws of nature change. I want to.
Once said, to say that a stone falls to earth because it's obeying a law makes it a man and even a citizen.
This is also typical of pseudoscientific thinking, of sort of relying on the poetry of language as the main thrust of your argument. I mean, yes, it is what he's saying here is that when we're describing the how things obey laws, right? We think that matter obeys the laws of physics. We are anthropomorphizing it simply because our language is designed to speak about is a very social thing. We want to mainly the point. In fact, the only point of language is to communicate. So with other people, right? It's not so that we could write things down to God. It's so that we could communicate in between each other. In fact, we know it's not to write things down to God because according to the Bible, God specifically made it so that we couldn't talk to everyone. He made it harder. But the function of speaking to each other was like the Tower of Babel. That's how we were capable of building that, according to the myth. So it's this concept of this understanding that the language we used is anthropocentric is less significant than he is making it out to be. Of course, language is anthropocentric.
It's a metaphor that we've got so used to, we forget it's a metaphor. In an evolving universe, I think a much better idea is the idea of habits. I think the habits of nature evolve. The regularities of nature are essentially habitual. This was an idea put forward at the beginning of the 20th century by the American philosopher C.S. Peirce. And it's an idea which various other philosophers have entertained, and it's one which I myself have developed into a scientific hypothesis, the hypothesis of morphic resonance, which is the basis of these evolving habits.
Okay, so he's saying that so this would be a new system of laws. Morphic resonance would be a new system of laws. He's simply referring to them as habits to sort of he's still anthropomorphizing them. Right? This is a fucking awful thing. He's immediately going into habits rather than versus laws on the basis that laws are anthropocentric, are metaphors, but habits are also metaphors. They're also saying, well, to say that we're using habits or that nature is habitual is also making it into a man, or making it into a dog at least. It's making it into a psychologically active being. So so why on earth did he bring it up? Well, as we are getting at, he brought it up to discredit criticism of himself. He brought it up to make his own beliefs seem less outrageous than they are. Or to indeed to seem more significant than they are. He's simply suggesting that there is a new system of laws, and if he is suggesting that in the sense that I am interpreting it, then the onus is on him to sort of make testable predictions, and then we can test them. Make his theory falsifiable. Tell us what evidence you would need to reject your own theory. If Dr. Sheldrake can tell us that. Okay, let's start. The challenge. Tell us how to prove you wrong. That's what it means to. What it means be falsifiable. Yeah. If something is falsifiable, the criteria for that is that you tell us how to prove you wrong. But
according to this hypothesis, everything in nature has a kind of collective memory. Because yes, this was it's a metaphor that we've got so used to, we forget it's a metaphor. In an evolving universe, I think a much better idea is the idea of habits.
Much better idea. And not stressing the. He's using only rhetorical devices in order to make his theories sound good. He's not actually advancing any evidence for it. He's not actually arguing it for it. He's simply using tricks of language so that it sounds good. That's why I'm getting so incredibly frustrated here. But, and also that, plus that, not actually, no, I think the fact that I'm doing it so slowly is something that helps me calm down. A much better idea is. Much better idea.
I think the habit, in an evolving universe, I think a much better idea is the idea of habits.
In an evolving universe. So he's saying also, in an evolving universe. Okay. But why?
I think the habits of nature evolve. The regularities of nature are essentially habitual.
The regularities of nature are essentially habitual. The regularities of nature are essentially habitual. So let's translate this. The regularities of nature, so the laws of nature, are essentially habitual. Okay, I understand why you wouldn't want to call them laws if you want to stress. So he's trying to say that they're regularities rather than laws, right? The idea that they're habitual is something he has yet to sort of define properly. But he will. Let's be clear. What we saw was he's about to do that. I just really wanted to get this sort of philosophy part clearly in my head, because that's I could tell the sentences weren't really getting into my brain in the way that. So he's saying that what we perceive to be the laws of nature are essentially habits formed by something. So are habit what? Habitual. are essentially habitual. What does essentially habitual mean? What does essentially habitual? Does it mean simply that they're fluid? They aren't fixed? Or does it mean... Because what I'm interpreting here is that these habits are fixed. Or the pattern of... What about the patterns of habits? Are they fixed? What about the patterns of habits? Not just new laws of nature. Now, the reason I'm being so critical here, despite me insisting that I can understand he might not be the sort of physicist understanding here, is that he's making it out to be that he's not simply coming up with some new laws of nature, because if you're coming up with new laws of nature, then you have a much higher and harder burden of proof system than if you're trying to adjust, like instead of you're trying to make us think about the things we see in a new way rather than making us replacing the understanding we currently have. He's saying that the laws of nature must have evolved in a certain way. Let's take this again. Let's use the string theory example, because string theory is now sort of being thought of as more and more pseudoscientific because it's sort of unfalsifiable. And the problem with the string theory, and string theory does exactly this. It says that the laws of nature are caused by some fundamental property that is beneath, that is sort of explains the both the quantum mechanical and the general relativity side of things by adding like these 10 or 11 dimensions and these sort of curled up strings in these dimensions, and these sort of how these interact with each other create the laws of nature we experience. So what string theorists then are saying is that there is a set of laws that govern, like there's a set of physical laws that govern how laws are made. So it's like just shifting this where you're trying to argue. So if this is essentially what he's trying to do, essentially a sort of a similar kind of project to string theory, in that it is trying to explain and understand how the laws of nature came to be, then I'm not entirely sure why he's so insistent on discrediting the concept of fixed laws of nature, because they would still be fixed. They would just be fixed at a different system of laws would be fixed. The system of laws which design how the habits develop, like what is habitual and what is not. What things happen. I mean, when we were reading about morphic resonance, it was like, well, if something happened first, then it happens more again later. That is a law of nature. And that's just a new law of nature. It's a very useless law of nature, because it simply says that anything we can do will happen more and more after we've done it. Which, for instance, doesn't explain why, like nuclear... it has no explanatory power, and it has no predictive power apart from... does it have predictive power? Let's see. So if it is the case that something happened... Well, the problem with it is if we discover a new phenomena, then we'll discover more of this new phenomena, because presumably what was required for us to discover this phenomena has changed. We have like a better telescope, allows us to see further, allows us to see more of the same kind of phenomena. So like this idea of black hole stars, stars that were so big that there was a black hole in the middle of it, and the sort of light isn't actually the fusion; it's the light being emitted is the fusion of particles as they're falling into the black hole. They're just falling so fast that when they crash into each other, they fuse. That's a concept which kind of works like that. So, so it feels very much like wordplay what he's doing here.
This was an idea put forward at the beginning of the 20th century by the American philosopher C.S. Peirce.
C.S. Peirce. Let's, because I don't want to show that I can't spell. Peirce, Charles Sanders Peirce. Peirce. Okay, that's how you pronounce it. Charles Sanders Peirce. Okay, was an American scientist, yeah. Father of pragmatism. Russell wrote he was certainly the greatest American thinker ever. Okay, well this guy. So he's very good at logic. He's the one who defined the concept of abductive reasoning. The bastard. Oh my god. Held a commitment to the ideas of continuity and chance. He called them as real features of the universe, views he labeled. Believed in epistemic fallibilism, and anti-skepticism went along with these views. Interesting. So these views being called cynicism and tychism. Yeah, I should probably pull this. Let's pull this in here. And actually, let's open this one. So these ideas, cynicism and tychism. Oh, deep philosophy is actually a lot more tedious than it looks. We'll keep that one open, but I don't think we'll do. Okay, we'll keep those ones open as well. We'll remove this one, and we'll keep that one. And we'll remove that one. Okay. So, a little bit before, I mean, obviously, glad he mentioned it, because this is clearly a very interesting person. To be very clear though, his greatest achievements are here, not here. His metaphysics are interesting, and they'll take. I mean, that'll take a long time for me to really critically examine them properly. And it's also like a massive jump. But what I wanted to say before I go to the bathroom is it's suspect to, at this point in time, bring up the idea that your theories were thought of before by very prominent philosophers. This is not the time where it is productive to do that. It very much makes it seem like you're resting on their laurels. It is starting to get light outside. I might want to. I wonder if you can plant seeds. Okay, digression break. Planting seeds, chili. Can you grow them at any point in the year, or do they? Yeah, but I'm gonna do it inside. In full sun. At least 6 hours of full sun each day. I'm not sure that's actually possible at this time of year, so maybe we should wait. Minimum of 20 liters. That's more than mine are. Save that for later. But yes, I think that this is interesting. Okay. Oh yes, I was thinking of something when I went to the bathroom. Something fascinating here. Maybe I was sort of touching on this a little bit earlier. It seems to me actually that what is happening here, what the disagreement between me and Dr. Sheldrake is, that I would argue that what he is doing is a type of metaphysics, whereas he's sort of trying to scientifically and rigorously design a theory of metaphysics, or sort of a scientific metaphysics. And I'm not entirely sure that's a sensical idea. It doesn't. I mean, for me, it seems like there are some sort of weirdnesses in trying to think of the laws of the law, like the laws that govern our reason. I don't know. Maybe it's theoretically possible to get empirical evidence on metaphysics, but maybe also what's happening here is that the problem with getting evidence is that in fact it is a metaphysical. If it is a metaphysical theory, it might then be impossible to gain evidence, and that would make it unscientific. So, so it's sort of yeah. It seems like he's generating a metaphysic rather or metaphysical understanding of reality, a metaphysical theory, rather than a scientific theory, physical theory. He's rejecting sort of a lot of the concepts of physical reality, and as such, it sort of becomes a metaphysical theory, which is fine. It's just weird to try and coat that in the veneer of science. Philosophy is a fine pursuit. I suspect, however, that probably did it better than you. Ah, no. Play.
And it's an idea which various other philosophers have entertained, and it's one which I myself have developed into a scientific hypothesis, the hypothesis of morphic resonance, which is the basis of these evolving habits.
Okay. So, what I would say, right, is that it's the metaphysics. Let's write this just because so that I have a note that can remind me. I.e. the basis for evolving habits, which to me just means the basis for the laws of nature. The laws which govern, let's call it the lawmakers, so to speak, just because I like anthropomorphizing it. Let's lead into it. The laws which govern the lawmakers, like thinking of this in this metaphor, these are like the rules for how you have to write, like like a parliament, how you present it to your parliament or your senate or your house of representatives or what have you. This is like the system of rules which decide how they are allowed to design law. Now maybe like thinking of it like a constitution. It's Whereas you can have sort of laws on top of that. I mean, I guess they do say that it is an amendment to the Constitution, but it's like, how is it that we should go about making laws in itself guides what the laws become. So it to me seems like that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to explain the laws which govern the laws, and that might be scientific. It might be metaphysical, and I think that's the problem here is whether or not it's scientific or whether it's science or whether it's philosophy. What is it actually he is doing? What kind of thinking is he doing?
According to this hypothesis, everything in nature has a kind of collective memory.
That's a really big one. I know that I've been pausing way too much, but everything in nature has a kind of collective memory. So that's his theory, right? Everything in... That's the laws that govern the laws. The laws for the lawmakers is that everything in nature has a collective memory. That is in his own words, in the most general, in one sentence, what a description of morphic resonance.
Resonance occurs on the basis of similarity. As a young giraffe embryo grows in its mother's womb, it tunes in to the morphic resonance of previous giraffes. It draws on that collective memory. It grows like a giraffe and it behaves like a giraffe because it's drawing on this collective memory. It has to have the right genes to make the right proteins, but genes, in my view, are grossly overrated. They only account for the proteins that the organism can make, not the shape or the form or the behavior.
But what if the proteins account for the shape, the form, and the behavior? Why are you rejecting this? Proteins not leading to shape, form, behavior. Why not? Oh, you can't see it anymore. Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Proteins don't lead to shape, form, and behavior. Why doesn't it? What's the problem with that? I mean, he's saying that. I mean, so his model is that everything in nature has a collective memory, and so that when life develops, for instance, like a giraffe, a fetus develops, and it sort of remembers. But why does it remember humans and not giraffes? Why does a human fetus why does a human fetus always end up as a human fetus and not as a giraffe fetus? Why doesn't it call upon the collective memory of other parts of nature? What governs the system of which it calls? It seems like the genes govern the system of which it calls of, even if it is the case. Let's assume it's true. Assume assume collective memory. Let's not call it morphic resonance because that might have it seems like that has more baggage than I understand. Let's assume there is a collective memory. Why then do we remember let's do the example he does. Does the giraffe fetus remember giraffe things, aspects, and not human ones, etc. Is this not best explained by the genes? E.g., genes tell us what to remember. So even if the information is stored in some other way than in the proteins that can be made from this, even if it seems to me, by the way, that it's sort of, he's sort of incredulous to the idea that proteins can lead to the complexity of life. And that's fair enough. He can be as incredulous as he likes. But to me, it seems like even in this case, that the information stored, the information necessary to make something as complex as life, even if that's stored in other parts than the genes, what the genes seem to store is then, or seem to direct us to which memories of nature we should draw upon. So it seems like it's sort of just adding a term without actually changing anything. Genes are still the best predictors of how things what happens. Well, genes predict. You can predict whether or not something is a giraffe. Imagine you only have a single cell, right? Single cell, right? One of each. How do you tell which is human? Which will develop into human, I should say. Well, we check the genes. Genes are the, come on, best predictor of which morphic resonance which morphic resonance we draw on. Isn't this then just an unnecessary step?
Every species has a kind of collective memory. Even crystals do. This theory predicts that if you make a new kind of crystal for the first time...
Okay. This theory predicts. This is it. This theory predicts. I mean, I'm just going to gloss over the sort of crystal to life comparison, because I think that's entirely reasonable. Entirely reasonable is probably the wrong word to use here, given how harsh I am on the rest of the time. I think it's a clear extension of what everything you said so far. Is that the idea is that the morphic resonance is to be applied more broadly than simply the biological systems. So, sure, let's go for it. And if it can make predictions because of it, this theory predicts that.
This theory predicts that if you make a new kind of crystal for the first time,
don't need for the first time.
The very first time you make it, it won't have an existing habit.
The very first time you make it, it won't have an existing habit. So now we're going to get, I think, a better definition of habits, even if he doesn't make the explanation explicit, simply by how he uses the concept of habit here. Because for me, then, thinking about all of he said so far, I'm now very confused because, or I know I'm gonna get to it. He's gonna give us my own explanation, but just to explain my mental state when we're here, I'm confused because, for me, it would seem very hard for something to come into being if there isn't a habit for it. How do we explain how things come into being if not for the concept of habits? Or is it actually explaining anything then? Is it just saying that anything can exist and it... Okay, let's continue.
But once it crystallizes, then the next time you make it, there'll be an influence from the first crystals to the second ones all over the world by morphic resonance. It'll crystallize a bit easier.
It will crystallize a bit easier. The next time it crystallizes a bit easier. So a bit easier is also very vague. Vague. Okay.
The third time, there'll be an influence from the first and second crystals. There is, in fact, good evidence that new compounds get easier to crystallize all around the world, just as this theory would predict.
I think you're ignoring a very obvious reason why that might happen. Every time I do something, I get better at doing it. Doesn't mean that the universe remembers me having done it. It means that my brain, we were talking about this, my brain remembers it. So what he's saying is that people, it's very hard to test because you need a completely new thing and a completely new thing that we don't understand yet. But it's like, okay, so let's talk about a reason why this might give why you might see evidence for this even if it weren't true. So let's take the Manhattan Project. So what they did in the Manhattan Project was they made nukes. They invented the nuke. The physics, of course, already existed. Was Einstein's E equals mc squared. But that's the basic of it. It's more complicated, but basics of it is energy and matter. There's an energy-matter equivalency, and because of the periodic table, we know that there's weirdly, they don't weigh exactly what we would expect them to do. So there's like some weight gain and some weight lost in some situations. So you want so there's clearly some energy somewhere from the equals mc squared solution. But what they did in the Manhattan Project was they had to test out different ways. They had to test out many ways of making a nuke. So, of course, their first project, if you think of it as a whole project, took a lot of effort. But I'm curious about something. How likely is it to make something for the first time? Surely, apparently there must be some sort of base probability for this happening, otherwise it wouldn't. And how much explanatory and predictive power does it have? I mean, the model of it becomes easier because we learn how to do it has predictive power, which I think would compete and defeat the predictive power of what he said so far. But like they had to. Okay. We made a nuke. We had to try a lot of different things. So the whole project was was very hard. But but as soon as they found out the specific way of doing it, the whole project took over a year. I don't remember how long did the Manhattan Project take. Manhattan Project. 1940, yeah, a long time. It took 4 years, right? So roughly 4 years. So inventing a nuke took roughly 4 years. Then again, it took roughly 10 years for the Soviets to steal this technology from the Americans. Or did it? How long? I don't actually care. I think it was 1956 they made their first nuke. Um, but what I'm trying to get at here is that the actual process of making the nuke uh, does not necessarily seem to have become hard or easier. It's simply, or it would appear to have become easier simpler because the length, it doesn't take us now 4 years to make two nukes. It takes us a matter of months. But that's because they knew how to make it. And then they found better ways, better shortcuts, better tricks. Or constantly saying like, yeah, you could say, well, that's the morphic resonance. Actually, because it had already happened, now there became more ways to make it because more ways could lead to this. It just doesn't have any predictive power. And it's like, sure, okay, so what? I mean, is it useful if you want to make a new nuke? Is this a useful way to think about things? No, not at all. Not even a little bit. You think about things in the terms of the mechanics, how they did it the first time, in order to get them to do it the second time. So you think of the universe as mechanistic, simply because it explains things as well. It explains everything. There's a mechanistic universe seems to explain all the things that a morphic universe does and is more helpful in deciding what to do. So, like, in the context here of it being easier to make, like, what is the prediction he's making? Well, he's making the prediction that making the next nuke was easier. So, if you're going to try and use this knowledge, what do? Do you just sort of put a bunch of plutonium in a big pile and say, cross your fingers, right? Well, that might work, if depending on depending on how you block it in. Yeah, but that also did happen in the Manhattan Project. Yeah, no, I just don't see the function of this. I don't see the function of the theory.
It also predicts that if you train animals to learn a new trick, for example, rats learn a new trick in London, then all around the world, rats of the same breed should learn the same trick quicker.
And why only rats of the same breed? What are the rules? Are the... I mean, he doesn't need to answer this. Transmission. Only... Can this not be explained through gaining more knowledge? Of the phenomena. Like, us gaining more knowledge of the phenomenon we're observing, isn't it as effectively explained by that? Now I want to also kind of keep my... because it's almost direct sunlight now, so if I can kind of keep the brain how long sunlight is, I might be able to plant my seeds. That wasn't a joke. It's pun not intended.
Because the rats have landed here. And surprisingly, there's already evidence that this actually happens.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. I very much want to see that evidence.
Anyway, that's my own...
Okay, we'll check that afterwards. In this, I'm sure. Okay, we should probably write that. Okay. There's evidence that rats. Yeah, because what I'm sort of wondering is, wouldn't this be as well? Okay, so what he would need is not just this. He'd need to double blind it. He'd need all of the people who tested this not to know about this. But you can't do that while testing the morphic resonance, because why would you test this if not because you already know it? Or why would the chance element of testing things in exactly the same way? Yeah, without sharing knowledge of some kind. I mean, it seems like we've gotten to a point where it's inherently untestable because you cannot double blind this. How do you double blind this test? And if you can't double blind this test, then sure, like I said, all the time, it might be that this is a metaphysical truth, a truth beyond the physics of our understanding, but it doesn't matter. What matters for science is it useful? Can we use these models for anything? And it does not appear that we can. I have yet not gotten really an example. Sure, he's given me evidence finally, but I don't understand how you can apply this to anything, because all of the evidence indicates in fact the exact opposite, that you cannot apply it to anything, that it will and in the philosophy part earlier it even indicated that you can explain anything with it, because anything is possible. It has to be, otherwise sort of nothing would happen. Everything has to be kind of possible. It has to be possible for anything to happen at a certain point, for anything to happen at a certain point. So you sort of start out with the Big Bang, and assuming that the Big Bang was to start with a blank slate from the sort of morphic resonance point of view. Maybe there is some resonance to a previous universe, but let's assume that we started with a blank slate at some point. Well, at that point, maybe the particles were so close together that they were smashing into each other, very hot, because of how much they bumped into each other and fusing together. Because of all of the bumping, eventually some of them fused together, and this made the next fusion easier to happen, and the next fusion, and so on and so on and so on. It doesn't really show why the universe first went really fast and then really slow. So space-time apparently kind of rejected this sort of morphic resonance, because it was first easier to expand and then harder to expand. That's what we're interested in. We're not interested in things that are positive for your theory. We're interested in what disproves your theory. Because okay, so let's take the rats. If then we teach now we can do it. So a disproving theory or a disproving test is say you have 30 labs around the world. At roughly noon local time, they begin training. Now that doesn't work because the rats would obviously no, that would work because it's noon local time. So right, they're across the world. Noon local time is different for all. They all start training the rats at different points in time. So what we should expect then is for the first, according to morphic resonance, the first group, and it's very important that these groups don't get to talk to each other. We are still failing on the double blind part, by the way. We have blinded it, but we haven't double blinded it. Or no, we have double blinded it because the rats are part of the blinding. So the rats are blind and the researchers we can keep blind. We as superiors might not be blind to what's happening, but our organizers, supervisors, not superiors, supervisors. For the first group, it should take some time, and then let's just give it some time t actually. T minus x for the next t minus x2 for next, etc. Actually, no, it's more important. It has to be minus t minus x1 minus x2, right? So it has to be continuously getting faster for it to be proved. But maybe it's... But the thing is, the sort of probabilistic element here makes it very... Okay, basically I feel like when I'm sitting down here and trying to falsify it, if I present him with evidence, like I do this 30 lab experiment, they all train the rats in different ways, and essentially what we get is, yeah, like if we all make a specifically new maze, one which we know that none of the researchers have ever used before, and we only hand it out to them day of, then what we should expect is for the time to always go down. However, I imagine if I present to him evidence that the time is stochastic, that it seems to take an average, like, instead of, so what his, so the let's do it like that. So prediction time, so the time taken to solve over the many different labs, you should expect it to sort of first lab, second lab, etc. You should expect the time. I mean, exactly what curve? Let's not make. I mean, I'm thinking it should do something like this. Yeah, it should do something like this, given the. I mean, maybe it shouldn't, and maybe it linearly decreases. But if it remembers, if the third lab has morphic resonance with both the second and the first, you would expect that the effect to sort of be compounded, and you'd get this sort of. Oh, maybe then you'd actually... Sorry, maybe you'd have the opposite. No, I'm wrong. You'd expect something like this. Or this. Or this. So if then we get a graph that looks like this, maybe we can even sketch like a downward trend. That wouldn't prove to me that it has a downward trend. But what I'm more curious about is because that's what, like, if we get something like this and say it's even going upwards a little bit, what would the answer be? What would the response be? Would this prove would this prove no morphic resonance? And I feel like he wouldn't conclude that. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in fact he would conclude that. Maybe his theory is then falsifiable. But it seems like this result would just be explained as because what he's describing it as, it makes it easier. It doesn't make it like guaranteed. It just makes it sort of Maybe the rats were exceptionally lazy that day, or maybe they've been overfed, or maybe it's they think worse in the hot summer sun of Brazil, or whatever. Like there are many sort of aspects which you could make. Maybe he thinks there's like a systemic problem with the like which lab site chose or something. Like it feels like, well, if there's a systemic problem with lab site chose, then that's a problem. But it seems to me like you could argue from the concept of morphic resonance that just because something becomes easier doesn't mean that it actually takes less time. And or indeed he might argue that this effect, this curve would turn down. Go back. There we go. That we might expect this sort of graph to curve back down again afterwards. Like instead of like maybe later out as we go out into the corner, it goes whoop straight down. But yeah, okay. If this is false, I mean, if this is the test, fine.
Hypothesis, in a nutshell, of morphic resonance. Everything depends on evolving habits, not on fixed laws.
That isn't exactly true. Because the evolving habits are themselves governed by fixed laws, right? Or is he simply just sort of insisting on a probabilisticness? I mean, yeah, that's what it seems like. Insisting on uncertainty. And the problem then is you're just hiding behind criticism behind, well, of course it's not guaranteed. These are just habits. They're not fixed laws. You're just this is just your scientific dogma. You just think everything has to be this definite. You just think reality has to be mechanistic. That's why you're sort of struggling with it. It's like why it's like he's hiding counter evidence behind, or the ability for us to produce counter evidence is being heavily subverted by the insistence that these laws aren't fixed, when exactly as he describes it, the laws that govern the lawmakers are the laws that govern how the habits evolve. How habits evolve would then still be according to fixed laws. We're just passing the buck, just moving the problem a step up.
But I want to spend a few moments on the constants of nature too, because these...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's technically what you have done, but I guess if you do understand...
These are again assumed to be constant. Things like the gravitational constant, the speed of light, are called the fundamental constants. Are they really constant?
Okay. No, actually, we need to pause here before he goes into these, because assumed, that's exactly what he's been talking about so far. Now he's in. Okay, so at this earlier point, I kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt, assuming that what he was talking about was the constants and not the laws. But now he's insisting that no, that he has been talking about the laws the whole time. He clearly he's indicating to me that he understands the distinction and he has made the distinction correctly. He just doesn't agree with how I've made the distinction. So the laws that decide what the constants are, like the laws that decide what the laws are, the laws that decide what the habits are, the laws that decide how the habits evolve, the what makes things happen in the first place. These are all still principles. You still have the same questions, the same interest in causality, right? As long as you still have the same interest in causality. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe you're not interested in presenting a model of causality. Maybe you're not interested in causality at all. In which case, this is like beyond pseudoscientific. This is like pseudo-philosophical.
Because these are, again, assumed to be constant. Things like the gravitational constant, the speed of light, are called the fundamental constants. Are they really constant? Well, when I got interested in this question, I tried to find out. They're given in physics handbooks. Handbooks of physics list the existing fundamental constants, tell you their value. But I wanted to see if they'd changed, so I got the old volumes of physical handbooks.
You wanted to see if they changed, so you got the old values, the old physical handbook. Honestly, you should have been discredited at this point. This statement by itself, I know it's a bit hyperbolic, but I get to these points when I'm talking to people and I'm like, this isn't, I'm using a metaphor here, this isn't what I think about him. But sometimes when I discussing politics with people, I get to this point where I think, I really don't think this person should have the right to vote. Like, the only reason they still have the right to vote is because if I can't make an argument for them and for me and not them. But without also depriving myself of the right to vote. But to this idea that you go back in time in textbooks and you find change, and that this is in any way significant, clearly indicates that you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You're clearly incompetent as a scientist, I don't know, maybe not as a scholar, but as a scientist, certainly. This is an ineptitude at an egregious level.
I went to the Patent Office Library here in London, and they're the only place I could find that kept the old volumes. Normally people throw them away when the new values come out. They throw away the old ones. When I did this, I found that the speed of light dropped between 1928 and 1945 by about 20 kilometers per second. It's a huge drop because they're given with errors of any fractions of decimal points of error. And yet, all over the world, it dropped, and they were all getting values very similar to each other with tiny errors. And then in 1945, it went up at 48.
So the problem here, the confusion here, is thinking that we are certain about our uncertainty. And the way I would recommend, and the way actually you do this, as I remember from my own physics class, is that when you do an error bar, what you do is typically you gain, one of the best tricks is you get this error bar and then you have a little bit more of an error bar. And the thing I want you to realize is that actually if this region is the 95% region, then this region might still just be the 99% region, or even the 99.9% region. Let's do it a little bit. Because the real error bars go to infinity in either direction. Uncertainty, actually, back to philosophy. All that I know is that I know nothing. From Socrates to Descartes' demons to the problem of induction, at the heart of it all that we know is that we know nothing. So when you see this area with error bars, what you're saying, and you're saying using that as sort of a basis for, well, actually the speed of light did drop, and same like from here to here, when they thought it was much faster. About 20 kilometers per second, yes. I mean, that's also hilarious how, of something that is traveling 300,000 kilometers per second, this kind of distinction isn't as significant as you might believe. I mean, he has zoomed in well so that we can see how big the difference is. But the idea that the problem here is believing that we can be certain of our uncertainty. We cannot be certain of it. If we could be certain of our uncertainty, we would no longer be uncertain. Right? it's epistemologically impossible. What he's just done is epistemologically impossible. We cannot be certain of our own uncertainty. God, we really need Socrates back here. We need Diogenes, honestly. That's what I'm trying to go for. I'm going for hobo. I mean, I'm not yet homeless, but we're going for hobo philosopher.
It went up again. And then people started getting very similar values again. I was very intrigued by this, and I couldn't make sense of it. So I went to see the head of metrology at the National Physical Laboratory in Teddington. Metrology is the science in which people measure constants.
Oh.
And I asked him about this. I said, what do you make of this drop in the
Metrology, not meteorology. Okay, gotcha.
of light between 1928 and 1945? And he said, oh dear, he said, you've uncovered the most embarrassing episode in the history of our science. So I said, well, could the speed of light have actually dropped? And that would have amazing implications if so. He said, no, of course it couldn't have actually dropped. It's a constant. So, well then how do you explain the fact everyone was finding it going much slower during that period? Is it because they were fudging their results to get what?
Or they were making mistakes. Like, they were fudging the results. This is such an awful... also, that's not how you... There's too many D's there. That's such an awful way of making your point. It's so disingenuous. You're presenting the theory is that, well, how did they get it then? Were they lying? Like,
they thought other people should be getting, and the whole thing was just produced in the minds of physicists. We don't like to use the word fudge.
yeah.
I said, well, what do you prefer? He said, well, we prefer to call it intellectual phase locking.
That is hilarious, actually. That is hilarious. So here we have the metrologist actually conceding, actually admitting we fudged the results, but we don't want to call it fudging. We call it intellectual phase locking. They all expected to find the speed of light in a certain area, and then they relied on their confirmation bias. The people who got obscenely different results outside of these error bars would just throw them away and wait until they got a result which was from random chance within the range. Like I said earlier, from random chance you can get it. You just need to do enough tests. And also, the speed of light going as fast as it does, you got a little bit of fudge potential. So here we have him admitting that they failed. I like that word though. I'm going to write that down. Intellectual phase locking. That's amazing. So when used the metrologist removed the emotional baggage to explain the phenomenon. So yes, they were just fudging the numbers. They just...
I said, well, if it was going on then, how can we be so sure it's not going on today? And that the present values are produced by intellectual phase locking. And he said, oh, we know that's not the case. I said, how do we know? He said, we've solved the problem. And I said, well, how? He said, well, we fixed the speed of light by definition in 1970.
That's true, we did that. That's genius. So the funny thing is, we fixed the definition of a meter to the speed of light. So if the speed of light changes, so this is something he's probably, maybe he does address it, but it's such a cool thing that we can talk about it twice if he does address it. The speed of light were to change now, it would rather change the length of the meter. So now you can still check for the thing Dr. Sheldrake wants to check for. You just have to check a different thing.
Too. So I said, but it might still change. You said, yes, but we'd never know it because we've defined the meter in terms of the speed of light. So the units had changed with it. So he looked...
We would know. We'd know that the meter changed. That mean... We'd know because the Earth would suddenly be further away from the Sun. Well, that's also its own constant. The Mercury would be further away from the Sun, or closer. The distance between objects would change. The number we use to describe the distance between different objects would change if we change the speed of light. Especially those things which we use the speed of light to determine the distance to.
But very pleased about that. They'd fixed that problem. But I said, well, then what about big G? The gravitational constant, known in the trade as big G, is written with a capital G, Newton's universal gravitational constant. That's varied by more than 1.3% in recent years. And it seems to vary from place to place and from time to time. And he said...
So I'm suspect when you gave him such a clear idea on the other.
Oh, well, those are just errors. And unfortunately, there are quite big errors with big G.
Yeah, it's
so
very
I said,
hard
well,
to
what if it's really changed?
So the reason he's not bringing it up here is that the error bars are known to be bigger than the change, right?
Changing. I mean, perhaps it is really changing. And then I looked at how they do it.
So what if it is? I mean, he's saying that this would have profound... Dr. Sheldrake says that this... What are the profound... I don't need to write his name. What are the profound implications for science? Not for philosophy, not for his metaphysics, but for science. What changes? What predictions changes? What physical part of reality changes? What measurable part? What thing that affects us changes? That's what's so important about something being measurable. It doesn't have to just do with... it's not just our sort of fixation on the mechanical universe. It's the idea that something that is measurable is something that affects us, right? You say, well, we can't quantify love. Well, actually, we can. We can quantify the amount of chemicals in a brain that stimulates love, right? We can quantify based on self-reporting. We can quantify so many things of these things. We can quantify how much money people would spend to save the lives of their loved ones. We can quantify versus the lives of others. There are so many ways in which we can quantify everything. Everything that influences us can be quantified. That's like the inherent... the utility of things that affect us. This is the new age science given... This isn't just pseudoscience. This is sort of it's not just a pseudoscience. a pseudoscience. It is the formalization of all pseudoscience, really. Well, what if you're wrong? Well, what if you're wrong about the big choo-choo in the bottom of the sea? I like that they kind of have a similar accent. Or he has a similar... Rupert Sheldrake has a similar accent to Richard Dawkins. So you get this sort of... well, what if you're wrong? And I think about Richard Dawkins being asked the same question. Well, what if you're wrong? Well, what if you're wrong about the big... Like, it's... What if you're wrong? What is the usefulness of things? Like, yes, this is inherent at all times. Doubt is essentially always true. But yeah, what I was saying is this is a formalization. This is like all of the pseudosciences, all of the astrologers, all of the New Age hippie stuff, all of it sort of wrapped into one. What if reality is interconnected and changing and the rules aren't really rules, and the sort of rejection of the quantifiability and the mechanical universe. It's not just the rejection of... It is a rejection of science a priori. It's a rejection of all science. It's a rejection of the process. It's not necessarily a rejection of the process. Well, it kind of is. It's a rejection of the idea that of the measurability of reality. Right? It's a rejection of the idea that the things we measure now are useful metrics later. That is what he's saying. He's saying that it's really changing.
What happens is they measure it in different labs, they get different values on different days, and then they average them. Yeah. And then other labs around the world do the same, and they come out usually with a rather different average. And then the International Committee on Metrology meets every 10 years or so and average the ones from labs around the world to come up with the value of big G. But what if G were actually fluctuating? What if it changed? There's already evidence, actually, that it changes throughout the day and throughout the year. What if the Earth, as it moves through the galactic environment, went through patches of dark matter or other environmental factors that could alter it?
No. No. Okay. He says the counterexample, the proof against him. What if the Earth moves into patches dark matter that changes big G? And this is so horrendous because these patches of dark matter would necessarily change our measurement of a big G without changing big G. It would change the amount of gravity. It's like if you have gravity, like now we have the Earth, right? And you measure the gravity as a specific downward force. But then you have the Earth, like, and here is the cloud of dark matter. Earth, dark matter, right? If you have dark matter next to it like this, then you would have a slightly tilted G. Yeah, let's not use the circle. Let's see. So in this case, you would have a G that's going slightly sideways. That's the force of gravity. And what we would measure it as when we're measuring is we'd measure this downward one, right? So we would assume that the gravitational force, the force of gravity, was this line, this directly down line, whereas in reality it's this line. And as we know from Pythagoras, this line, the hypotenuse of our right angle triangle, will be longer than the other line, right? So if the dark matter is over there, then you would get a different result, right? If the dark matter is inside the planet, then you would get a longer line, where the real force of gravity is this one, but the observation is this one. So what you get at is the exact example he gives shows us how our current understanding of the universe could lead us to thinking or getting different results for G. Essentially, the universe is such that, I mean, the idea that by moving through actually, that's an interesting idea. Maybe the force of gravity changes based on movement through dark matter, and that's also interesting, or that's what dark matter is. It's not actually matter per se. Because that's what we call it. Okay, let's go into dark matter. Let's explain dark matter. Dark matter. Actually, let's also do it in a new one, because I don't want to scroll infinitely far anymore. Dark matter. So, the reason we know dark matter exists is because if you have a galaxy, how do I draw a galaxy? This is like a bar galaxy, right? That's not a good drawing. How do you draw a galaxy? Let's draw a sort of. I mean, this also just looks like an egg. What we notice is if this is a galaxy, black hole, whatever, then the outer regions are moving faster than we expect them to do, right? So the explanation for this is that there's a cloud of dark matter all the way around it. And it's dark because we can't see it. There's no light being emitted from it or reflected from it, so it's dark. And we think of it as matter because it's pulling the outsides of the galaxy so that they go faster, right? So we're thinking of it as a gravitational force. However, if we're gonna sort of explore the idea that dark matter interacts with gravity in a different way, in a more interesting way. And this is, like, to be clear, when it's called dark matter and dark energy, it's because we're in the dark about it. It's not just because we can't, like, it is because we can't see it, but because we can't see it, we're quite in the dark bit. But let's explore this hypothesis, or let's explore this. I don't think it's. Let's not give it the credit of calling it a hypothesis, because I'm not exploring his morphic resonance here. I'm exploring the idea that actually dark matter interacts. Dark matter, whatever it is let's say it is some sort of matter, or let's say it is some sort of thing or an area of space-time where in these areas gravity is faster. Maybe it's like, it might be some effect of like the radiation, like some sort of the Hawking radiation of the black hole is interacting with things in different ways. So it's sort of, the radiation probably hits things closer first or something like that. Imagine that it is such that dark matter actually interacts with matter so that it weighs more. Then you could actually get this effect. You could get the effect of dark matter functioning the way it does without it being a type of matter on the outside. It could be another interesting different phenomena. This does not mean that the value of G changes. This means, or unless it's like a regional thing, this does not necessarily, like, this doesn't mean we throw out the concept of the laws of nature or the habituality of things. This means that it gets back to what I was saying at the beginning. The laws of nature are not thrown out because of lack of constants. laws of nature are thrown out if and only if you find a better system of laws. And to this point, we've heard a lot of wordplay to make it so that the laws you find don't actually have to be laws. You don't have to be specific, you don't have to be accurate, they can just be fluid and flexible and uncertain. I don't even have enough good faith left. It's only bad faith from here.
Maybe they all change together. What if these errors are going up together and down together? For more than 10 years, I've been trying to persuade metrologists to look at the raw data. In fact, I'm now trying to persuade them to put it online on the internet with the dates and the actual measurements and see if they're correlated, to see if they're all up at one time, all down at another. If so, they might be fluctuating together, and that would tell us something very, very interesting. But no one has done this.
It would, but not any of the things. Like, honestly, if you told me to do that, I wouldn't do it because I would be distrustful of what you're clearly aiming for this evidence. You're clearly going for the confirmation bias of proving your strategy. But yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. Okay, let's go here. This is the problem. You are looking for evidence to support your theory rather than to disprove it. Not adhering to falsifiability as the core tenet of science. QED. This is pseudoscience. And now it's not even in the sort of silly, technically pseudoscience realm. This is pseudoscience in the strictest, most insulting sense. It's pseudoscience because you're not doing science. Rupert Sheldrake in this talk is proved to me with beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is not interested in doing science. He is interested in proving himself right, which is not how you do science. You do science by proving yourself wrong and failing to do so. That's how science works. And I understand that most scientists don't really comprehend all of this necessarily, and they don't necessarily always do that to themselves. That this is often the job of other scientists. But for your science theory to be scientific, you present us what evidence we could give you that would disprove your theory. If this is relevant for you, well, okay, would it be more, how constant would it have to be for you to reject it? How non-cyclical, how stochastic would these observations have to be? And as we just explored, it is entirely possible for this phenomena to be something else still in a very mechanistic universe. The concept of sort of morphic resonance very much isn't falsified or proven by this observation. It's a very interesting thing. I very much would like if there are cyclical changes in constants. This is something interesting because it probably means something about how the physics works, how dark matter actually interacts with the universe, what dark matter actually is. It is interesting, the data he wants, but I mean, I can understand very well why somebody wouldn't want to give it to someone who's just going to use whatever data you get. Either the data confirms exactly to his expectations, or he's going to force it to, or he's going to insist that it actually, the important thing is that it doesn't as long as it isn't a perfectly straight line, even if it's like a little bit like this, like it doesn't matter. Like as we saw with the speed of light, because as we saw with the speed of light, he was zooming in to it changed by a whole 20 kilometers when it travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. Which, by the way, when we fixed it, we should have just fixed it at 300,000 exactly. Fixing it at this stupidly 299.9 whatever is just annoying. They had a golden opportunity to fix the speed of light to be exactly 300 million meters per second, and they decided not to. That's just silly. But yeah, so the fluctuations of 20 kilometers per 300,000 kilometers per second is quite a small fluctuation in reality. So if he is willing to take that small of a fluctuation as proof of his theory earlier, then I wouldn't be surprised if he took any other how far he would twist and contort the evidence. So yeah, what is his falsifiability?
They haven't done it because G is a constant.
They haven't done it because they think you're a quack.
There's no point looking for changes.
No, they haven't done it because they think you're a quack, a con artist, a hack, a pseudoscientist, someone who's trying to sell a book, someone who's not interested in making predictions about reality, a philosopher pretending to do science.
You see, here's a very simple example of where a dogmatic assumption actually inhibits inquiry. I myself think that the
dogma here actually is you're an idiot. That's the dogma. That's the dogma you're arguing against. The dogma being dogma is rejection of people like you, who are clearly very emotionally attached, or who clearly very attached. Emotionally is probably the wrong word, but clearly very attached to your theories and willing to stretch evidence. The dogma is against people who are. The dogma. Let's call it dogma number 0. Pseudoscience is bad. Now, that seems to be the main dogma which is inhibiting inquiry in this case, is that they reject you. To me, at least, that's what. That's how I interpret their behavior in this
constants
case.
may vary quite considerably, within narrow limits, but they may all be varying. And I think the day will come when
within quite narrow limits. What define these narrow limits? You think they might all be varying, but you haven't. Give us math. Give us actually math on how much the range of variability, on more specifically on what, because the implicit thing, as we got at earlier in morphic resonance, is some things have to happen the first time. And so that means that all of the things that have happened so far must have happened at some point for the first time. Which means that all of the things that currently happen have some innate probability of happening just because. Even the beginning of the Big Bang of the universe, all of the things that exist had some innate probability of just happening. So give us the math on that. Give us the math on innate probabilities. Give us how that relates to maybe the complexity. Maybe complex systems have lower innate probabilities for existing, right? That would be reasonable based on the cosmic evolution of the universe. And that would be a reasonable model of your morphic. Like, you can start doing some maths on this, but you don't even need these gravitational constant swings. You need an understanding of a way of predicting mathematically with numbers the probability of an event happening, by itself, a structuring happening by itself, a resonance, the first order resonance, the first case resonance. What is the probability of the first event that causes every other. What is the probability of the first event that causes every other? What does this depend on? Like, what is he getting at? I think the problem is here he's just barking up a tree which can't be used for predictions. So even if it's true, like we've said all the time, even if it's true, it's pseudoscience, it's metaphysics.
Scientific journals like Nature have a weekly report on the constants, like stock market reports in newspapers. You know, this week Big G was slightly up, the charge on the electron was down, the speed of light held steady, and so on.
That is a funny one. I would be
That's
more
one
interested.
area, just one area where I think thinking less dogmatically could open things up. One of the biggest areas.
Or it might be that you're barking up a useless tree. But
is the nature of the mind. This is the most unsolved problem that science simply can't deal with the fact we're conscious.
is false and does not follow from the fact that it is an unsolved problem. By the same I mean, I don't need to write this out for myself, I can think of it. By the same reasoning, the orbit of science simply can't deal with the orbit of Mercury. It's simply impossible. Oh wait, we did. Oh sorry, shit, we did. Shit. For hundreds of years, that was an unsolved problem, and then we solved it. This is such an like I was writing, like this is kind of a good way for me to. It's a fun, interesting thing because I've been writing about fallacies all of yesterday, and I've been trying very hard because of all I've been writing about. Because I've been writing about how uninteresting and unimportant it is to sort of point out fallacies. How important it is. In fact, fallacies are very often useful logical tricks as shortcuts and ways to think. But looking at this, it's like this is such an egregious appeal to ignorance. It's such a god of the gaps. It's stating that, we don't know the answer yet, therefore the answer is impossible. That is fucked up. Come on, man. Is it weird that nobody takes you seriously? Is it weird that nobody wants to put out the things you say? When you literally come out and say, science simply can't deal with the fact that we're conscious? Hasn't. That's the word. Hasn't dealt with. That's what you mean. Science hasn't dealt with the fact that we're conscious.
And it can't deal with the fact that our thoughts don't seem to be inside our brains.
Okay.
Our experiences don't all seem to be inside our brain. Your image of me now doesn't seem to be inside your brain, yet the official view is there's a little Rupert somewhere inside your head.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It is...
Everything else in this room is inside your head. Your experience is inside your brain. I'm suggesting actually that vision involves an outward projection of images. What you're seeing is in your mind but not inside your head. Our minds are extended beyond our brain. They seem to be inside your thoughts, don't seem to be inside our brains.
And he repeats it 3 times, as if that makes it less retarded. Retarded is the correct word here, by the way. This clearly a victim of lobotomy. It doesn't seem to be inside our heads. You're literally using qualia as proof. Literally using qualia as proof. This is just metaphysics. It isn't science. Of course, it's clearly not science. It's just metaphysics, and that's why. I mean, if this was a book on if you put out a book, like I'm going to read Charles C.S. Peirce. I'm going to read his stuff. His stuff seems interesting. His metaphysics seem interesting. This is what you're presenting. You're presenting metaphysics. So, not at all... it's just horrendous. So... it doesn't seem to be inside our head. What the fuck are you even talking about? What he's saying is, what he means is that we experience, that the experience of things outside us is organized as if they're outside us. Like, can you not think of some utility our brain would gain from not feeling the pain in our hand inside our brain? Not trying to sort of... Or indeed, so he's saying that vision is a sort of our mind extending beyond our brain, instead of light reflecting onto things, getting transported onto the retina, or onto the pupils, through the pupils, into the retina, through the retina nerve, optic nerve into the... If this were true, cut out your eyes and see if you can still see. Fucking retard.
Our experiences don't all seem to be inside our brain. Your image of me now doesn't seem to be inside your brain, yet the official view is there's a little Rupert somewhere inside your head, and everything else in this room is inside your head. Your experience is inside your brain. I'm suggesting actually that vision involves an outward projection of images. What you're seeing is in your mind but not inside your head. Our minds are extended beyond our brains in the simplest act of perception. I think that we project out the images we're seeing.
Right. Sorry, I was thinking about something else.
I'm in this room is inside your head.
Okay, well, let me explain what I was thinking about. I'm wondering if I should write a comment here, just to advertise. Maybe not. Maybe I mean, at this point, I'm starting to yell. So.
Experience is inside your brain. I'm suggesting actually that vision involves an outward projection of images. What you're seeing is in your mind but not inside your head. Our minds are extended beyond our brains in the simplest act of perception. I think that we project out the images we're seeing, and these images touch what we're looking at. If I look at you from behind, you don't know I'm there. Could I affect you? Could you feel my gaze?
We've been over this already. What I wanted to write, if I was going to write a comment, it would be of the effect that this is a theory of metaphysics masquerading as science. fully support the conclusion that it is pseudoscience. Actually, we don't need all of this. This is a theory of metaphysics masquerading as science. Let's watch it finish before we write. Actually, no. Let's write it and then we'll press enter without.
There's a great deal of evidence that people can. The sense of being stared at is an extremely common experience, and recent experimental research suggests it's real. Animals seem to have it too. I think it probably evolved in the context of predator-prey relationships. Prey animals that could feel the gaze of a predator would survive better than those that couldn't. This would lead to a whole new way of...
How did this attribute happen in the morphic resonance? Oh, I guess it just randomly happened.
Thinking about ecological relationships between predators and prey. Also about the...
What does it?
Feel the gaze of a predator would survive better than those that couldn't. This would lead to a whole new way of thinking about ecological relationships between
Explain. Give an example.
Predators and prey. Also about the extent of our minds.
No examples. Great. I mean, it's a whole new way of thinking, but that in and of itself is just philosophy. It needs to be making testable, falsifiable predictions. Not doing that, like, you can have as many new ways of thinking as you want. Like, it's worthless. It's take it like this. So Freudian psychoanalysis, basically, oversimplifying here, basically stems most of our problems to sort of these psychosexual urges. This is a whole new way of thinking of things, and it can be useful to have this, but it's unscientific because it can explain any phenomena. In the same way, you have string theory, as I mentioned earlier. You have what was I thinking of? I had another example. Marxism. Marxism is a good example. It's very much maligned in this day and age because, of course, communism gave it a bad rap. But the sort of idea of you seeing things through a Marxist lens doesn't necessarily mean seeing things through a communist lens. It means seeing things through the lens of the idea of a class struggle. So you can look at loads of different things through this Marxist lens. For instance, you can look at agriculture through this Marxist lens and starve all of your people. So the idea that a lens, you can look at things through an entirely new way is uninteresting, and what is important is how you do this and what the consequences of this are, and what the utilities are in different situations. So
if we look at distant stars, I think our minds reach out in a sense to touch those stars and literally extend out over astronomical different distances. They're not just inside our heads. Now, it may seem astonishing that this is a topic of debate in the 21st century. We know so little about our own minds that where our images are is a hot topic of debate within consciousness studies right now.
Okay. I want to read that one because I want to read all of them. Okay. Stimulating debate on... Okay, let's do it like this. On consciousness, brain, and
that where our image...
No materialist... I mean, that one is the one I really want to read. I'm guessing he's just going to refer to the Chinese room experiment, and in which case I'm going to kill myself. No, don't do that, kids. Don't in a video game. Now, if
images are is a hot topic of debate within consciousness studies right now. I don't have time to deal with any more of these dogmas, but...
This is all philosophy, by the way. All of this is philosophy. This is a debate philosophers are having about whether or not consciousness is materialistic. It's all about philosophical arguments. It's all about metaphysics. This is
every single one of them is questionable. If one questions it, new forms of research, new possibilities open up. And I think as we question these dogmas that have held back science so long, science will undergo a reflowering, a renaissance. I'm a total believer in the importance of science. I've spent my whole life as a research scientist, my whole career.
You clearly aren't. What you've presented is unscientific. So you clearly think that certain aspects of science are unproductive.
But I think by moving beyond these dogmas, it can be regenerated. Once again, it can become interesting and...
Regenerated. You want to change science.
I hope life-affirming. Thank you.
And I hope life-affirming. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than all... What the fuck are you even talking about? Science can't study non-physical phenomena. Whatever. Okay.
I know kind of in the media.
Gonna take a deep breath and then we're gonna watch something fun. Somebody who... Yeah. I mean, we might pause a couple of times just to sort of highlight how this comedian knows more about science. Oh, did I close it? No, I closed it! Technically, if we wanted it in direct sunlight, it needs to be here. Which is like the coldest place in the entire apartment. There, maybe? That could work. Oh, I didn't stop streaming. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot. Started doing. I started doing other things. Honestly, yeah. Let's. No, okay. I put the water on. We can watch Dara O'Brien for a couple of minutes while I.
There's a lot of that kind of stuff that people don't know about numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a dweeb, all right? I apologize. I'm a bit of a nerd about these kind of things. I get really pissed off when people give out about like crime going up, when say the numbers are definitely going down, and then if you go, but the numbers are going down, they go, but the fear of crime is rising. And you're going, well, so fucking what? You know what I mean? Zombies are at an all-time low level, but the fear of zombies could be incredibly high. It doesn't mean we have to have government policies to deal with the fear of zombies. It's ridiculous, for Christ's sake. The NHS, there was a survey in the NHS about dentistry where they found that some people are removing their own teeth. You know? And they brought on some senior dentists onto Sky News and gave out to them and said, how dare, this is terrible. People are removing their own teeth. And this guy stood there and went, well, obviously, systems should be put in place to deal with, which is stupid. He should have just gone, well, these people are clearly fucking morons. I mean, who removes their own teeth, for Christ's sake? I'm a dentist. I don't remove my own teeth. You know? But there's a kind of a notion that everyone's opinion is equally valid. My arse, bloke who's a professor of dentistry for 40 years, does not have a debate with some idiot who removes his teeth with string and a door, right? It's nonsense. And they'll have this all the time with medical stuff on the television. You'll have a doctor on and they'll talk to the doctor and be, oh, doctor this and doctor that, and what happened there, and doctor, isn't it awful, right? And then the doctor will be talking about something with all the benefit of research and medical evidence, and they'll turn away from the doctor in the name of balance and turn to some quack witch doctor, homeopath, horseshit peddler on the other side of the studio. And I'm sorry if you're into homeopathy. It's water. How often does it need to be said? It's just water. You're healing yourself. Water to give yourself the credit. Jesus, homeopaths get on my nerves with the old, well, science doesn't know everything. Well, science knows it doesn't know everything. Otherwise, it'd stop. But it...
I think this is an important
But as well as that, you know, I would...
Science knows it doesn't know everything. Otherwise, it'd stop. The inherent part to science that we've been going through all day is that science is about not knowing things in a structured and useful way. And with that, I think I will end the day because I kind of want to see if I can plant my chili seeds. Gonna make some real spicy chili. Some 2 different types of habanero, an orange one and a black one. And I also got them Carolina Reapers, but I'm going to try these ones first because they are less strong, and I want the strong one definitely to grow. Also, there are more of them. There are 15 seeds in this, only 5 seeds in this packet. 15 seeds in this packet. So we'll do that. Thank you, my